Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It is the kickoff hour, and we are rolling, and we thank you for having just a little bit of time with us. You know, maybe you are one of those 5-hour people, and we thank you for that, but we'll take you however we can get you. Today, day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We got a lot of goodies still left. We've given away already an Apple Home Pod Mini to Ryan Hubbard of Pelham, Alabama. We've given away a Sunpack Rainbow Vlogging Kit to Colby Chambers of Wetumpka, Alabama. Those are your first 2 winners of the 12 working days of Christmas, day 3, dead ahead. Lot to discuss, lot to recap. Final Four set in college football, plus the bowl schedule is out. We'll hit that, plus another, sports story or 2. Your calls, all the hits, just keep on coming when it comes to politics. Your front runners are still about the same, but we'll break it all down, and we hope that you will join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Without further ado, let's bring everybody in. Eddie Van Adler, he's right in there. He's got TV rolling, and to my right is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Yeah.
What up? What a happening?
How are y'all?
Good.
I missed the black shirt memo.
You did. You missed the black shirt memo.
I felt like I needed to get one more wear out of my little Christmas sweater here that I wore to a Christmas party.
Hot in that today.
Probably.
Yeah,
but
boy.
I was laying there and I thought, before you wash it, you got to wear it one more time. Today's the day.
Yeah, and I know we don't work outside, but I always look at the outside temperature on how I'm dressed, and I saw today was a hot one.
Yeah.
Where we live.
It's going to rain, too.
It is.
Good
It
bit.
is. It is. It is.
Rainy.
Yesterday felt really weird.
Yeah.
It was so warm.
It was. You really question what month we're in.
Yeah.
You're like,
we'll
nah,
have
it's
that
not
in
December.
December.
Yeah, I know.
We'll have
I
it.
know.
I heard you got the Christmas tree up, Greg.
I did. Fine.
Excited about it,
I
too.
didn't fall through anything, and still got other stuff. But that thing is a commitment.
Yeah.
Man.
You said 2 days worth?
Yeah. If I'd have stayed on it for straight through, but you put in so many hours, you go out, I'll finish the rest tomorrow.
I'm done.
And then Lisa, she's the only one that can decorate it, and she'll point. Because if I try to do it, she says I don't do it right.
Yeah, well, I get that, too.
I
think all of us get that.
Yeah.
Men.
She points and
Yeah.
climbs up on the ladder. And so, it's a long process, very long.
Mm.
But there it is. Look at that.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yep, there she is.
Boy, hey, let
Sure
me tell
enough
you
going
something.
there.
It looks like something in the White House.
Yeah.
Good
It's
gracious.
ridiculous.
That's a.
Are you sure you just didn't show me a picture of Christmas Village?
Well, it's possible.
Yeah,
Huh?
I think that could have been it.
Possible.
Huh?
Nah.
Let me see that thing.
You did a
I'm
good
kidding.
job, Greg.
Yeah, that is good. But you have a big tree when you have to throw the string around to the other side and then move the ladder around to the other side and get it and then throw it to the other side and go get it.
It's 12 feet, and then she puts this thing on top of it. It adds a couple more feet. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And again, none of the lights work on it. None. So I have to string lights on it.
Yeah.
When it originally came and you could plug it in, all the lights came on.
Yeah.
Pre-lit people, tell me, do they ever last more than a few years?
I think that's how they get you.
Yeah, I think so. So they're so cheaply made. I don't think we've gotten more than 2 years out of ours, and then a section or something.
Yeah,
will
it may
be
not
done.
all be gone,
Yeah.
but I'm to the point now they're all gone.
Yeah, there it is.
But
If we could just have some snow falling, that's picturesque.
Oh yeah.
yeah, wouldn't that be good?
Yeah.
Snowman out by. I wish Mr. Buddy had been out
I
there.
wish you could see Mr. Buddy
Yeah.
and his friend sitting right out there.
Him and
window.
Marty have been out there.
Him and Marty running around. If I could see that, good night. Well, there she sits.
There she sits.
She's
Boy,
a beaut.
spent a lot of
She
time
is.
with that thing this weekend.
Yeah. Congratulations, though.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question. When's the last time y'all changed a flat tire?
It's been a minute.
It has.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good at it, by the way. No, I'll tell you when it was. It ain't been that long ago because we were in Lisa's car
Mm-hmm.
and we were around Pale City. I had to get off at the Pale City exit
Mm-hmm.
and pull in the gas station and change it.
Yeah.
The tire cost. All of a sudden, I got a low pressure, and then it come back up, and it kept dropping. I said, "Okay, it's blowing air,
Right,
obviously."
right,
So
yeah,
I had to-
yeah.
Of course, I had one of them little bicycle tires you put on there.
Yeah. Yeah, those are good, aren't they? Good night.
So
I mean,
I'm assuming you had to do one this weekend.
yeah, I got just when you think you could have something, it just gets all just ripped right out from you. Coming out of church yesterday,
Oh no!
I was I've even asked Terry, "Hey, what we got today?"
Oh.
"No, we ain't got nothing." I'm like, "Really?" I didn't really have anything in mind. I just thought maybe a relaxing day was ahead.
Sure.
Piddle around the house, sit
a little
down.
piddling.
Look at here. Let me see what's on. Oh, there's a game. I don't know about that.
NFL playoffs are coming.
Right. Look at here. Oh, a nap. Hey, what you need? Yeah. And then the phone rings. I see Tyler Wilburn on the screen.
Oh, boy.
I went, what's this? Hello? And I hear the voice. Hey, where are y'all? And you don't know what – it's almost like you're the kid now and you want to lie to your son. You know, I'm in Alaska. Why?
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm a long way from you.
Right. The signal's breaking up. Right. What? And I didn't really know how to answer it, you know.
No.
And I was like, well.
And that's usually never good.
No. And we had gone – what we had done is JC came in. He brought a couple of teammates with him to church. Reese had come in. He had some friends at church. They're all sitting together. Terry and I, you know, we're coming out, and then lunch was thrown up. All right, let's run around here to San Antonio's, have some lunch. So we're coming out of there when the phone rings, and I'm thinking, man, full stomach, you know, man, I'm gonna get home. I've done everything I can, man. I got off the interstate, and I'm you know at a Wendy's in Oak Mountain, and I got a flat. It's on the rim. And he said, do you still have that air compressor? And I'm like, I wanted to lie again. No, son, we threw that away. But I was like, yeah, we do.
But if he lost it all while driving, air compressor's probably not going to
Well,
do it.
what it was is they had run in there to he and his fiancée Mabry were going in, got something to eat, came out, and he said it was flat. He said it was weird, the weirdest thing.
Okay, well.
And so
he went ahead and drove on it.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying is that when he came out of Wendy's, it was flat on the rim. But when he came in, it wasn't flat on the rim.
Okay.
And it's like either I ran. I mean, it went down quick.
Yeah.
And he said I noticed that. I noticed that when I pulled in, he said my last turn, I noticed it was a little tougher than I wanted it to be. But I was parking at the time, so I was like, eh. So I'm like, all right, hey. We'll be there as quick as we can. And then I see, you know, Terry, and she's hopping around, and she has no idea
what's about to hit her.
You know, and everybody's saying bye, and, you know, everybody's cracking on it. You're bald, you know, all this kind of stuff. Everybody's cracking on each other.
That's daily.
And then I said, hey, Tyler's got a flat tire. And just the look, she went from grinning to and I said he's wanting to if we could bring, because you try to do everything you possibly can before you change the tire. Why don't we just change the tire? But then to your point, they got that little bicycle tire in the back trunk. That I mean,
I'm like you. I'll air it up and try to get somewhere. But like that day on mine, it was dropping so fast. I said, "Well, I'm just blowing air," because it would come back and tell me what PSI was, and it was just bottoming out.
Yeah. Well, it's just beginning. You wouldn't believe what turned into about a 3-hour fiasco. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We are rolling, hanging out with you, starting the week together. If you're listening live, it is Monday, December the 6th. Yes, for those of you that are emailing, I'm 53 today. Edgar's Bakery. Edgar's
Edgar's. I did it too.
Gosh almighty. Edgar's Bakery is the official birthday cake provider, not the plug they wanted. And they will be bringing a birthday cake by today. And how about old Adler is turning 36 on Wednesday.
So we got it. Is this a double cake week?
Yes.
You got to be kidding.
Can you believe Adler, little old Adler? He is a grown man, 53.
53. I remember Adler was a young 20-something-year-old punk when he showed up here.
Yes. And now he's,
Look
36.
Now
He's
he's
30.
That was a little brat-faced kid, man.
I forgot about that. He had a little breakfast kid.
Yeah, and
That's funny.
He's got a cake coming on Wednesday as well.
A lot of cake this week, guys.
I'm gonna act like, if you don't mind, that I've also ordered Buffalo Wild Wings to bring some food just for his birthday. But actually, it lands on them bringing food in. I will just roll with that.
By the way, speaking of Adler, I think it's a
Happy
perfect
birthday.
time to plug this. Last night on Fox 6 was the Shades Mountain Baptist Church, the special that they do every year, Promises.
Yeah.
And Adler's dad puts that on and just bring in a ton of wonderful musicians. And Adler was a part of that, did a great job on the drums. I saw him from time to time throughout it. But it is now archived.
Okay.
So if you go to shades.org, you just scroll down a little bit and you'll see Promises.
Perfect.
And just go to Shades' YouTube channel. There's a link there. You can get it. It is wonderful. And Adler's been streaming a little bit this last week as a promo, and this was benefiting an organization, Unless You. And which is right across the street from us here at the Plaza, by the way, and just a wonderful story. I just go watch their story and go watch this special. If you want to take a moment, it's 1 hour. Just get your family together. If you need something to watch as a family, this is wonderful.
It
was so awesome.
12 days of Christmas that Act of Congress did that we played was unbelievable. Some of the we played some small video outsert, just some not a full episode, but just pieces of it when his dad was here, and the quality is unbelievable.
It was neat yesterday at church because and I've got to ask Adler about a couple of the musicians that I didn't know, but a couple of them yesterday were at church, and the little girl that opens it singing, she was performing live yesterday, and there was a solo at one point, and it was very neat to watch that last night and go, okay, wow, so that's who that was, and. But they did a great job, and if you like the bits and pieces we've been showing, imagine an hour of that with your family. It's fantastic.
So it's on demand now at shades.org.
It is, and again, the story behind Unless You, benefiting that is phenomenal. So
that's good. Good stuff. All right, so speaking of church, so I'm coming out. We get something to eat, and then I get a call from our oldest who is coming through town and says I'm at a fast food place, and here's where it is. I've come out, my tire's flat. Do you still have that air compressor? And I don't know.
That thing showed me that day you let me borrow. It's amazing what that thing.
And do you know that Terry's mom and dad got that at a garage sale?
Are you serious?
Yes, and that thing.
That
people,
day when you told me it'd work, and I'm like, "There's no way."
Oh yeah,
and it was a big tire.
Oh yeah, it helped me get out of what was it, Destin? I had a flat tire, and my car was sitting. The tire was sitting on the rim.
That's why I've got one, and
it pushed it up within a few minutes.
I keep one in each car.
Yeah, and a lot of people, last time we talked about, I think that story. Hey man, what kind is it? Yeah. I wish I could tell you. Yeah. It's I don't know.
They make different brands.
But this is a sure enough one. So here I go. I'm running to the house. I grab it, and I'm headed there. And Terry, for some reason, Terry wanted to go. I'm like, okay, now I understand this could turn into something.
Gonna get dirty.
I'm all in. Maybe
get dirty.
I'm in. So we go. We pull up. Sure enough, there it is. And I'm like, okay, this is great. So we get the air compressor out. We push it up, and a lot of times you're like, hey, I wonder where the hole is. Boy, you knew. And it was right. It was right there. I mean, right there on the edge of the tire where you can't.
Oh yeah, no fixing that.
No, it's new tire now.
Sidewall.
Now I don't know about you, but I couldn't come up with any tire places that were open on a Sunday afternoon.
Probably not. No.
we luckily found one, but at the time we're like, what do we do? We can't really plug that. It could just split wide open, then you blow your tire out, and you're two miles down the road back in the same situation you're in now. I'm like, we got to change this thing.
Get the old bicycle tire out.
So here we go to the trunk, and that's a clean trunk. Let's get all your clubs out and everything else that's in there. Coach.
There's a tire in here somewhere.
Hey, Coach, what you doing back here with all these jerseys? Let's turn them in. But so we're back there, and so now the Wendy's parking lot. It looks like we're having a garage sale.
Oh yeah,
everything is sitting out. I mean, we got everything from golf clubs to tennis shoes to baseball jerseys to a bucket of balls, baseballs. So we're sitting it all out, and so we get the tool to start to loosen the lug nuts, because a lot of folks might not know this. You got to loosen them before you start to jack it up. That way, when you jack it up, if not, your tire's going to spin and you could roll off the jack. Anyway, so we go to get to pulling, and I go to get the tool on the lug nuts, and it doesn't fit. And I'm like, now this is weird. Why doesn't this fit? These are factory lug nuts. Why the tool they put in the trunk doesn't fit? This is crazy. And in a hurry, I just ran through the house and grabbed the air compressor that he wanted, not grabbing some tools out of the garage. Because I've got that the 4-way or 5-way.
That's
that's
4-way.
Different
That's
size,
the best.
And you get good leverage and just spin it.
Those are awesome.
And I'm thinking, well, I've got 2 of those in my garage right now. What good are they doing us there? And so I'm like, dadgummit. And then I thought, well, there's an AutoZone right around the corner. Let's go grab one of those. And we walk in, and even the workers are like squinting at us going, do what? Why won't it fit? I'm like, I don't know. So we go back, and wherever he gets his tires rotated or something, they put those things on so tight, we almost couldn't get them off. Yeah. Well, we work on all of them, get them loose except for one, and it's stripping out. Uh-oh. Okay? And then please,
this is worst case scenario.
Please don't listen to the media, because there are still good people out there.
Yeah, there's not many, but
no. And all of a sudden we hear a voice, and at one time I thought, is that God? Speaking.
Please help us.
And I look up, and all I see is a silhouette of a man standing there. The sun's behind him, and he goes, "Do y'all need help?" And I was like,
"Yes, we do.
Yes, Lord, we do." Oh no, you're a person that was just eating at Wendy's. I'm sorry. Yeah, we do
know
need
a lot
help.
about lug nuts.
Yes. What's going on here? And we tell him. So he goes to the car. Next thing I know, 2 other guys pull up. Okay.
Well, I guess you got your pit crew out
and it looks like they just left a garage, and they've got a work truck, and they're like,
they got everything.
So what's going on here? And at one point, I think the parking lot had more people in it than the restaurant.
How about that?
And they're all out there trying to get it. Nothing will work. This strip lug nut will not come off. I mean, won't come off. We're pulling on it. Hey, let me see. And every guy thinks I can get it. And we're stuck with a flat tire, and we can't get one of the lug nuts off. I'll tell you how it ends next.
Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please.
All right, 25 minutes till top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. It is day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas, so be standing by for that. We'll give another great gift away. We've already given away 2 in day 1 and 2. We have had Ryan from Pelham win an Apple HomePod Mini, and Colby from Wetumpka, Alabama, win a Sun-Packed Rainbow Vlogging Kit. It had the lavalier microphone, the Bluetooth remote for smartphones for all of you vloggers, or those of you that
Greg likes to vlog.
I'm vlogging.
You vloggers, or you Zoom folks, or Skype. You know, that's a new thing. Before the pandemic,
What about the Yule vlog?
I really didn't know.
Yeah, what about that one?
I really didn't know what Zoom was before the
didn't
pandemic.
No one did.
I
And
thought
then,
it was that kid show we watched when we were little called Zoom.
Now
We're
everybody-
gonna zoom,
now we got classes zooming, and everybody's zooming. Zoom away. All right, so I know we've spent a lot of time on this, but just half segments. So let me get this out of the way. I come out of the family does, except for Tyler. Tyler is with his fiancee Mabry. They've stopped at a Wendy's, come out, realize he's got a flat tire. He calls me and says, "Hey, Dad, do you still have that air compressor? That sure enough good one." And I'm like, "Yeah, I do." And we live close by where he was. He was at the Oak Mountain exit in Pelham, Alabama. And so for those of you that know where that is, it's terribly local for others that don't. But it's about 15 minutes from where we live. And so he's like, "Hey, just on the outside chance that maybe I rolled over a nail or something and it's fixable, you know, could you bring the air compressor?" Well, we pump it up, and you can see where the air just, if you don't put your thumb over it,
You can hear it.
the tire's going to be flat again within a minute. So it's like, okay, this is not pluggable. This is done. So we go to like unloosen the lug nuts. We realize the tool doesn't fit. We run around the corner to AutoZone. We pick up a new tool, or was it Advanced Auto Parts? I don't know. Anyway, we pick up a new tool, and it was one of those 4-in-1s or 5, whatever it is.
The
sure
old
enough, good
four-way
ones.
lug wrench.
But they didn't have the really big one, so I got the middle-sized one, which I was concerned that I wasn't going to have enough leverage to get it unlocked. And so we go and we loosen all of them but one. And for those of you already, there wasn't one that had a tool. I know those that you have to have a special.
And when you never can
lug,
find it.
Yeah, I know. You always keep it in the glove compartment and all that. Whenever you're getting your tires, rotated, you tell the guys, "Hey, here's the tool."
I just soon not have those.
And that's so folks can't take your tires
Well,
off.
I'd rather risk somebody stealing my tire.
Right. Well, this was not the case. This last lug nut was not the tool or anything. It just, for some reason, the tip of it was spinning, but the actual lug nut was not. And so we had some folks that just just salty to the earth guys that probably had their own day going along, and they were stopping and saying, "Hey, y'all good?" And I'm sure deep down inside they regretted asking us if we were good, because at one point we had about 8
They should have done this.
We had about 8 people surrounding this one tire trying to figure out why in the world this lug nut will not come off. And it just wouldn't. And so one of the guys said, "Hey, there's like a Firestone around the corner, and I think they open on Sunday." And we turned and looked, and we're like, "Really? Okay, I thought everybody was closed. Okay, well, maybe so." So we get on the phone, and he needed new tires anyway. Yeah. And where this one was, again, it was right there on the edge. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't on the tread, so they're not going to plug it. And we were too worried about it blowing out. If we did try to plug it.
Yeah.
But we get to a point where the lug nut is not coming off. The guys even said, "I've got a special tool that will fit anything." And we ran an extension cord from the car into the Wendy's. Okay,
Good
so he
night.
could get power to his tool, his sure enough good tool.
You thought, well,
and
this
he's
has
like,
got it.
he's like, and nothing is working. And so now we're to the point where, all right, we're about to have to call, you can get it towed.
Yeah.
Or, hey, these guys had everything. Hey, I got a plug-in kit. Why don't we pump it up and just let's see again where exactly there's the hole, and we could plug it and
get it to a point you can get it.
And the Firestone is literally you could walk out to the street from the Wendy's and look down and you go, "Oh, there it is." I mean, we could limp there, like maybe 10 miles an hour, shoulder the road, whatever.
Yeah.
So we pump it up, and we're pumping it up, and Terry's on the phone with the tire company, and we're giving them dimensions of our tire, which I thought there's no way they've got this tire, and I'd be dadgum if they don't go, "Oh yeah, we got it."
You couldn't believe it.
Yeah, and they asked Tyler, do you want the high end or middle of the road? Of course, him on a teacher's salary, I'll take middle of the road, please.
Yes.
You know, and so they're like, sure enough, you want 2 or you want 4? I'll take 4. Let's just go ahead and get this puppy done. So these guys, we use the air compressor, the sure enough good one. It blows it straight up, stop it right at 30, just so we don't, and then plug it. And it don't look pretty. As a matter of fact, it looks like, all right, this thing could blow. But it's up, and
you don't have far to go.
We don't have far to go. Well, now the tool that he put over the lug nut, it's stuck and won't come off.
Goodness gracious.
So now what we don't want to happen is we don't want to be driving down the road, this thing fly off and hit somebody's car, okay? So now we've got more than just the concern of the tire blowing. Is the tool going to fly off and hit somebody? So we work on that tool, and we work on that tool, and we work on that tool.
You're hitting it with a hammer.
We're hitting on hammers. We got stuff pulling on it. I mean, we're all in there together trying to. At one point, we've got 3 guys. Okay, I don't know if you know that, but that's 6 hands. Wow. All right, all reaching in on top of each other, trying to pull and jerk on it, and nothing is happening. So then we determine, guys, we're going to sit here in this Wendy's parking lot all day long if we don't just go ahead and call somebody to come get it, or we limp there. And the guys are like, the guys that are the professionals that do this for a living, they say, this tool is not coming off. I'm just telling you, it's not coming off. They're going to have to get up under it, and at the tire place, they've got stuff that they can get it off, but it's not coming off if you're concerned it's going to fly off and hit a car.
Yeah, if you can't get it off, it ain't going.
So Tyler and Mabry get in his car, and I follow with Terry. And we go
with
about
a wrench in the tire.
Tool hanging off.
We go about 10 miles an hour, if that. And just, I mean, we probably somebody could have jogged beside. Philip Webb could have jogged beside our car.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
And we get there, and the guy says,
probably would have, by the way, if you had called him.
Yeah, the guy comes out, and you never want the tire guy that you're taking it to come out and go, and you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
What was that, huh? He goes, we've seen this before, but wow. And anyway, they get it fixed by 5 o'clock. It closed. They call Tyler at 4:40 and say, we finally got it done. And so Tyler goes back.
Took an hour to get that tool off of it.
He's got 4 new tires, and it is fixed, but it was all afternoon. All afternoon. Just when you think you could have something, which is a quiet day at the house,
everything could go wrong with it.
You cannot. But, guys, that was the last time I changed a tire.
Did I figure out why the lug nut wouldn't come off?
No, he said that that on some of these, the tip will spin, but the actual lug nut won't. And I wonder if the last time he had his tires rotated, that they cross-threaded it or something like that, and it got off a little bit instead. Because a lot of times these tire places, not all of you guys, so y'all don't have to email me. You need to start it with your hand, and then get it on. But some of them just go ahead and just force it on, and everything gets crossed. So it was not. So the tip of it was spinning, but the actual lug nut itself was never moving on that last one. So it just got stripped out or something. But they got the tools there to pull it off, and so he set. At one time, we thought it was going to spill into today.
Oh my God!
And you don't want to call the principal you work for on a Sunday saying, "Hey, I can't make it in tomorrow." So. Luckily, he was able to get that taken care of, then got on back to the house in Tuscaloosa, so he's good to go. But, man, for a while there, you just sit around going, I don't know what to do.
I know.
Guys, all right, 1, I'm not going to exaggerate.
Nothing was working.
That's 4, that's 6, that's 7, that's 8. There was 8 people standing around out there in the parking lot.
Still didn't get
There were
solved.
so many people that when people were going in, you came over going, what's going on over here, man?
Yeah, was some kind of incident?
Yeah, but
I
said this story for a lot of reasons. A, it was a handle, but B, there's still good people out there. Don't believe the news. These
There's
folks,
a lot of people wanting to help you.
And Tyler wanted to buy their lunch. Well, I know. Just go ahead and
That's you had to buy 4 tires.
Yeah, go ahead and throw your jokes over here if you want to.
It skips a generation.
Who's your son buying lunch for somebody?
It skips a generation.
And so so he went in there and bought, because the guys. There was one coming out, and so he was satisfied and he was full.
So he's got him a Frosty.
Yeah, but the other 2 guys were going in, and I know they were starving.
Yeah, after all that.
And so they went in and had a great lunch. But what a handle, man! Good night. Everything we tried wouldn't work, and finally we plugged it, and we thought if you plug it on the wall there, it's just going to keep splitting and can blow. And so there was a lot of.
Well, they get you down the road, dude.
I mean, literally, guys, you could have jogged about the speed we were rolling, but it didn't take us for a few minutes to get there. But we limped in, and we got her fixed.
Oh, goodness.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a honky-tonk holiday at the Cowboy Cabaret. Revving up my old Chevrolet to go honky-tonkin' on Christmas Day. Get a move on, come with me at the Roadhouse on the old highway. All the fiddlers are gonna play. It's a honky-tonk holiday. Gonna have some wine and a real fine time at my favorite watering hole. It's a wonderland with my favorite cowhand when he smooches me under the mistletoe. Hurry, Santa, don't delay. You can double park your sleigh at the Roadhouse on the old highway. It's a honky-tonk holiday. We're gonna down a beer and some Christmas cheer at the Santa Fe Saloon. We'll whoop it up right this not so silent night. Maybe belt out a Christmas tune. We'll be feeling bright and gay, misbehaving on Christmas Day, getting married the country way. It's a honky-tonk holiday. It's a honky-tonk holiday.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. This portion of the show brought to you by Ancestry.com/Bubba. Bring generations together this holiday season with a gift from Ancestry.com/Bubba. And right now, they are having their big holiday sale going on, which means that you can save on all sorts of gift options. Ancestry DNA can reveal ethnic origins as well as provide historical details that bring unique family stories to life. How cool would it be to sit around and talk about that this holiday season? So don't miss out on the special holiday pricing on a truly meaningful gift. Head to Ancestry.com/Bubba to get your Ancestry DNA kit and start your free trial. That's right, free. Or give it as a gift. Maybe someone that you want to give this as a gift to, that's a great idea as well. Again, what you want to do is head on over to Ancestry.com/Bubba. That's Ancestry.com/Bubba. You can also find it under rickandbubba.com in the sponsors section. Just click on sponsors. All right, so Eddie Van Adler, he is here. He's got TV rolling. We thank him for that. He has got that handled. I am Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. If you're just joining us, it's the kickoff hour. We have been looking back at what was a very busy weekend. Today, day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. It flies by. Before you know it, guys, it'll be day 12. And it'll be our last big year ender here.
How about that?
At this studio.
It's coming up quick.
A lot of people got confused when we moved Big Boy. They thought we moved at that same time.
A lot of that this weekend.
And we have guests that I have booked through the end of the year here. And they're, hey, where am I supposed to go? Oh, no, still come to the same studio. We just moved Big Boy. And so he's still there with his little smiling face waiting on us. They're getting some things done over there. And so
I went by yesterday.
Yeah.
Dropped off some stuff, and it's coming together.
When I was there Friday, they were they had put in the glass that separates
really
the
good.
TV room and the call screening room with the TV, and it does. It looks good. It looks good. It's going to be a good setup, and we look forward to that and how it plays out. That'll be a big topic going into the end of the year, and then at the new year, January 4th is our first live show of 2022, and so it'll be different for sure, but it'll be fun.
Yeah,
new adventure, right?
Speaking of different, I realize when I do things like this, I don't get out much.
Yeah.
And we had a Sunday school Christmas party this weekend we went to, and beautiful home that we were at. And when we got there, and I've never had anybody say this to me. And
about your truck?
No, we can't talk about that story. But had a have you ever heard of I know real estate people are going to go, oh, yeah, everybody knows that. But have you ever heard of a friend's entrance?
No.
A friend's entrance?
You see, y'all had the same reaction that I had.
Into a home?
Yes.
Okay.
So I know this.
What is that called?
Is that different than what everybody else uses?
Well, so
what if you don't like them, so they don't need to come in?
I pull up and
they gotta come in the front door.
The host and this just shows you that we don't get out much, as I think is all this does.
All right.
Okay, because I think this is a common thing, but again, I didn't know
that in my life.
So when I pulled up, I said, "Is this okay for me to park?" And the host, he said, "Oh yeah, park right there is perfectly fine." He's like, "Just walk around. There's a friend's entrance right over there." And I was like, "Friend's entrance?" I didn't say this out loud. In my mind, I'm going, what the heck's a friend's entrance?
What is that?
And
you got an entrance for strangers?
Well, and so that's a good one, Greg.
Adler, could you get my cake?
And so I jokingly looked at Amanda and I said, "What's our friend's entrance? Like, do we have one?"
Right.
But that'd be to come through the garage.
And so obviously it's a common thing. I looked it up. When I got home, I couldn't let it go. I was like, "What is a friend's entrance?" So I looked and I thought maybe I heard him wrong. And so I looked it up, and it's actually a common thing. That's like a side door that I guess that's the way the real estate folks and talk.
Friend's entrance.
Not that he's a real estate guy, but he's just it's a big house. Okay.
Oh.
Very nice house. And
friend's entrance.
So they got a friend's entrance. Then there was a moment,
what if you're not their
uncomfortable
friend and you try
moment.
To
I mean, if
for
you
me. Where I had to go to the bathroom.
Left one soaking.
No, Greg, it was just a fastball. It was a number one.
Did you have a friend bathroom?
And had to tinkle so bad.
Yeah.
And so I go to the restroom and I can't figure out the lock. Like it's so fancy, I can't figure out the lock. I'm like, how do you lock this door? And so then I just said, well, I'm not locking the door, and I'm just going to stand here and do number one. And if somebody walks in here, they walk in here. I can't help it. I mean, because you're not at a public place where there's men's and women's and whatever. I mean, it's just there's probably close to 40 people there.
Yeah.
And I'm going to this restroom and I don't know how to lock it. Like it's got this pin thing, and I couldn't figure it out. And there was so many things going on that evening that made me realize I don't get out enough.
Yeah.
I just don't. I live in my little
Friends
simple
entrance.
world and don't
Never
get out
heard
of it.
Never heard of it.
Now, friends entrance, I mean, I'm confused. Because it's obvious we don't get out as much either, but is it like a secret friend entrance?
This was just a side door.
Did you notice
have to
other
do a
people?
secret handshake to get in?
Did you notice other people were coming through the front and only you came through the side?
No, when we got there was already like probably 6 couples there, and when we pulled up, no one else was going in at the same time. So I didn't, obviously
I
you
guess
see
everybody there
you
was
see
a
a
friend.
you see a walkway with the front door, and so I guess that's just what it's called. And he was like, "Hey, you don't have to." In other words, you don't have to go to the front door; just go in the friends entrance. But I'd never heard that.
I call that the side door.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I call it.
You know what I call it? Just right there.
Yeah.
Just right there.
I mean,
Come through the side
at
door.
my
You can
house,
go in right there.
you have a couple ways
Watch
to
that
enter
dog.
the house: back door, front door,
right.
deck, and then the garage. But I've never said anything like friends entrance.
Well, maybe you don't have any friends. Maybe that's it. You got to have a lot of friends to have an entrance for them.
Yeah, for real.
Well, he sent us to the friends entrance, so we're friends.
There
Well,
you go.
you're
We didn't have
friends.
to go to the other door.
Well, because
And-
this
and
is the smart aleck people door coming in.
I just had never.
Did I see you send out a text to the group too that y'all playing little games?
What's that?
Did y'all play games at this?
How did you know that? I didn't send you anything for that, did I?
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. You said you positioned yourself to where you could see the TV or something in the text. I thought you sent out something
He
to
was
the team.
excited he got to
You
go
said
with
you were at
friends.
a Sunday school
no,
party
no.
and that you.
I know what I said there. I said I'm gonna. That was for the. Yeah, okay. I was just.
Did y'all play?
You know
silly
that
games?
uncomfortable moment
Y'all
this
play
time of
friend
year?
games?
No, we did. We did play a uncomfortable game. It wasn't uncomfortable for
wow.
me, but it was for you know how you have to do like a tell your. We had
hate
like
games.
'Truth or
17,
dare?
18 couples there, and so probably out of that, you probably know 10 of the couples, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Let's
And
get
so-
everyone to know each other.
So that's
And tell
exactly
you a
what
little
it
bit about
was.
yourself.
Sit beside
it-
someone you don't know.
And it was a.
Helmsley's got a lot of money. Let's talk about it. I'm sorry.
Get
Go
through
ahead.
the friends entrance.
The husband had to say who you are, your wife's name, your kid's name, just a little bit about you, and then the wife had to go. My husband loves this and hates this, and we had to do that too. So we had to go around to everybody. And of course, there were some uncomfortable moments with that.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I kept it simple and just kind of
What'd you
let
go
it
with?
flow. I don't even remember.
Oh yes, you do.
Oh, let me think a minute. I'll tell you. It wasn't a
Loves
big
and
deal.
hates.
I said Amanda loves our new puppy Coco.
Yes,
and
she
hates when I
does.
take a nap.
Okay.
Yeah,
there
that
it
was
is.
my. That was.
Is
was
it
my-
that she hates when you get under the sheets like you're sick?
No, she
when
just
you take a nap, or
she just doesn't like naps.
she doesn't like naps.
But there were some uncomfortable moments with
Yeah.
husband and wife saying things about each other
Right.
that they weren't ready for.
Yeah,
Like,
I'd had to leave.
And you had a wife,
I don't hate
or two
that.
that were like,
Yeah.
"Hey, yeah, exactly, very
I don't hate
uncomfortable."
that. Say, look at that
So
voice.
no, what I was saying
No,
about in the text was these parties that you're going to over the next couple of weeks always coincide with something that you're wanting to watch. And so the SEC championship was in full bloom at this time.
Oh, yeah.
And so you have that uncomfortable moment where you go, you don't want to get there late because of the
No.
game.
Right.
So you're going to miss a little bit on the way. And then when you get there, you want to go, you don't want to be rude, but it's like, where's the TV?
Where's
Yeah.
the score?
Yeah.
Where's the nearest TV I can watch the rest of the game?
Where's
You
the
know,
Friends
that kind of
TV?
thing. Of course, that's good, by the way.
Where can the friends watch the game?
Yeah, 'cause we're all friends.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us.
On that blubber.
Brand new hour starting with the national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour has begun, and we thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler have already given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, live and archived on our YouTube channel, and our podcast audio-only archives, live on our TuneIn app for the streaming option. However you get the Rick and Bubba Show, we're glad you're here. Merry Christmas. Gift number 3. Trace, gift number 3 today. We'll be giving away. Might as well go to you. Pay attention. You need to be watching and or listening live in order to be the right caller to grab today's prize. Wheel of Meat's back in play for a brand new week as well. Happy birthday to Speedy, 53 today. We'll talk about that a little bit, but let's bring him in. The other half of the 2 sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba. Sing it, yeah.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin mother and child. Holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace.
There goes Brenda. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How about you?
A little stuffy. It's starting to warm up a little bit. We got in the 70s over where we live and all that.
I've been in shorts for several days.
So we've been trying to keep warm here, but today a little stuffy. I'm going to have to get some sort of air circulating or something here in a minute.
I'll look at that.
But anyway, so I'm looking over the things today. Speedy's birthday. I said happy birthday, buddy. Edgar's has brought another great birthday cake, so we have that today. We have one of our Rick and Bubba clients across the country and local markets and all that. We have various advertisers. We have one that is bringing us breakfast today that we're excited about. So that's on tap today.
I'll have to put that in the positive category.
Yeah, we like that. Matter of fact, if you look at this week, it may, after hearing the kickoff hour discussed, this may be the week of food. I mean, this is a promising, or if you're trying to do better, a lot of obstacles for you this week as food will be coming in left and right. So, but that's a joyous occasion, and we love it. The stories today, we obviously will talk about college football, as we do during the season. The playoff is set, and the conference championships and all that. That'll be a lot of fun discussion. Nick Saban is just smiling like a new dime, and shining like a new dime, and smiling like the Cheshire Cat. He could not be happier. And we told you that he had been given everything he needed, and you saw the result. But anyway, this bizarre Joel Osteen story.
Oh, I haven't seen it. I'm out of the league.
Bubba, look at me. Look right here. All right, yeah. I'm just going to give you
the one with the money?
Yeah. I'm just going to give you the
did.
teaser.
Yeah.
A plumber found tens of thousands of dollars behind a toilet in the wall.
I think it was hundreds, wasn't it?
I can't remember. I know I couldn't remember if they found 600,000 or that 600,000 number came from the amount of giving they usually have in a month. And they had 600,000 that disappeared at one time, and they think this find is tied to that. So I'm not sure there were $600,000 they found, but that's the reason why I tried to lower expectations. But it's a lot of money.
Yes, it is.
That was found behind a toilet, and of course Babylon B has had a field day with that over the weekend. When they showed Joel Osteen running through the church with a sledgehammer, hitting walls.
That's funny.
But anyway, guys, no. That story is bizarre.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
it really is.
What is this money doing behind the wall, behind the toilet? So anyway,
Can I tell you, we have
that's a bizarre.
We have
story.
a lot of bizarre stories today.
Yeah, we do.
It looks like Oklahoma has hired a new coach. We'll tell you about that. Vince Vaughn looks like he's going to fight a UCF brawler.
Well, the UCF brawler wants to fight him. And I didn't know this, Adler. He's a jiu-jitsu expert.
We have what I think, Coach Saban has given us many great quotes over the years, but
It's yummy.
Yummy rat poison.
Golly, we have that today. We'll play that probably on a loop.
Yeah, that probably needs to be added to several things. A lot of great ball games over the weekend. I don't know if you got to see any of them. And
I saw one, and that was the SEC championship. But,
and I'm really proud of one team, Rick, who, it's the season of giving,
right.
And the Minnesota Vikings have given the Detroit Lions something that they just couldn't find anywhere else, and that was a victory.
Right, you are
as I told y'all they would.
Yeah.
Remember when they beat them by a field goal?
Yeah.
I said they'll lose next time.
But anyway, so it's a lot to unpack. The only thing I saw, and of course Oklahoma State fans are going to hate that I saw that. I saw the entire SEC championship game until it was such a blowout. I stopped watching there late, but then I had to come back and watch the celebration. But I did see the Oklahoma State.
Yeah, I saw most of the fourth quarter of that game, and wow, game of inches.
I've gone on to talk about whether I'm a jinx or not. I don't hate to say this. The only 2 to 3 plays I saw of that game, one of them was the first time Oklahoma State was about to go ahead and was in the red zone and couldn't score.
Yeah, when they had 3 chances.
Yeah, inside the 2.
Yes.
And then was the last time when you finally overcome that. You finally overcome and have 4 chances to get it in and can't get it in. And
wow.
So and by the way, I Baylor fans, I know when we got to do the men's event in Waco, I got to meet a lot of you. Your coach owns me.
Yeah,
I've never seen a guy be as calm and he only has one facial expression, and the way he talks and the way he handles himself is
the shot of him when they kept him out, and he's just sitting there, and everybody else is going nuts, and he's standing there like this. No expression.
I heard him get interviewed after the game. He's impressive.
Yeah,
many thought he would be the LSU coach.
The way he handles himself is really something. But anyway, so we'll unpack. I'm just giving you some teasers. We got and that's not. I'm not even scratching the surface.
I do want to say this too, because we got a call on it Friday. This whole thing about the vaccine database, and I think irresponsibly, Tucker Carlson looking in the camera saying he hopes all of them will be voted out. That's kind of a shoot, ready, aim, and we start getting calls about it because I know some people watch Fox News 24/7 and whatever they say, you immediately go out and whatever they tell you to say, you start doing, just like the left does, unfortunately. But anyway, we might want to look into that before we start firing people and saying we don't want them to be reelected because when on Friday off the air we started looking at all the Republicans that did vote for it, we started kind of putting together a narrative that maybe what Tucker is saying, it may not be exactly that. It may turn out that it is.
Yeah, there was something.
But
it just didn't make sense, Rick. And
it needs to be looked into.
Yeah, so we've reached out, and I think we have Gary Palmer.
Yeah, we do.
Today,
I just didn't put it on
and
there.
he's going to clarify some of that. When you see Gary Palmer voting for it, and you see Mike Rogers voting for it, and you see Dan Crenshaw from Texas voting for it, that's when I hit the pause button a minute and go, wait a minute, there's something here we're not fully understanding. We had a caller, ready to throw them all out, and that's fine. We may be in that boat too when it's all said and done, but there's something else about this that doesn't make sense. So we did something crazy, Rick. We went to the source and asked them to clarify.
Yeah, so we're gonna actually clarify that, and you may still feel the same way, but it's a little something called critical thinking and reasoning and investigating on your own. Let's on the right. Let's just not become the right version of the left. Okay. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us.
What are you talking about? What? I don't know what you're doing.
Well, I was all, excited in the birthday mode for Speedy.
You talking about 53?
And Speedy's mentioned about 4 times he didn't like the picture I posted of him.
Did
and I thought that was a great picture of him.
I'm going to look at it.
No, I just said. I didn't say I didn't like it. I said I didn't know you were taking a picture of me.
Right.
But I appreciate the nice
Look, right
comment
here.
of
See,
happy
delete,
birthday.
I can end it right quick.
No,
Well, I look
no.
good in the background.
No, don't.
Well,
don't
you know
delete it.
what?
Don't you dare hit that.
I'm
No.
glad to take it down. I don't want you to think I took a bad
No.
picture of you, trying to make you look bad on your birthday.
Right. I don't know. Do you not like that picture of you?
No, I just didn't know he was taking a picture.
I will say
of
this:
me.
I think
You
that's
like
one of
it?
the better pictures of Speedy I've ever had.
Yeah,
Well,
I think so. It's like
that's
a
right.
Roland
happy?
Mills portrait.
It looks
That's
like
what I would
You want me to
stick
get
with.
it and fix it up and put him in a black background or something? And, I can edit it up, make it look really good.
You want the vampire effect?
Yeah, that's
Bubba,
it.
use
That-
right
there
there.
it
is, right there, Bubba.
Weird picture.
I come out of the darkness. But anyway, but it does look like the Speedy maybe it's knocked back a little bit of Granddaddy's cough syrup.
That's what it is. It looks like I'm buzzing.
well,
That's it.
well, the way you were talking at kickoff hour, I thought you were.
Don't you dare! What?
That's
Oh
funny.
yeah, I couldn't get Edgar's Bakery out, could I?
That is
Thank y'all for the cake.
So do you want it taken down or not?
No, of course not. I'm just raising on you.
I
Like
really
that's
didn't
kind of
think
what we
that was
do,
a
isn't
bad
it?
picture.
The
If you thought it was a bad picture,
If you
want
to see Helmsy's widow pic, you could. That's a good shot of it.
Thank
well,
you,
no,
buddy.
he's got it rounded off now.
Yeah,
It
he
looks
does.
good.
here I'm gonna post. Bubba, I'm gonna use this picture on my Instagram too.
How about Adler turning 36 on Wednesday?
We got a lot of birthdays this week.
Yeah.
A lot of.
Don't do anything to it, Bubba.
Here, let
Bubba,
me-
don't edit it up.
Is it
Well,
weird
I
to
mean,
you,
Speedy,
Speedy,
you've
that I'm
talked about it a lot.
closer
Well,
in age to
I'm off
Adler?
air.
I'm closer in age to Adler than I am you.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't realize that till
That's
this
weird.
morning.
Yeah, you're
That
a little
weirded me
kid.
out a little bit.
You young people.
Yeah, you two are young.
You whippersnappers.
Don't
Whippersnapper.
feel like it.
Right. Y'all almost as
You
young.
know, it kind of hits me. I'm closer to Moses than I am.
That's pretty good, buddy.
That's good.
All right. Let me get my happy.
Is that our liner guy or Greg? Oh, hey, buddy.
How you doing over, Greggy?
I'm hanging in there.
Did you have a good weekend, little
Yeah,
brother?
I did. Got my tree up.
Rick, he got his tree up.
Finally.
No accidents
Things.
either.
No.
No, I've
It's a
repaired,
pretty shot
I
of the tree,
repaired
too.
those. Repaired those accidents I had.
Yeah, all that's done.
Yeah.
Does
You fall
it,
through your
does it
ceiling a
match? Does it
couple
match
times.
your ceiling up or everything?
Yeah, well, I got to do a little painting.
Right. Yeah.
Besides that, everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
There she is. Look at her.
Oh, Greg, that's beautiful.
That is. I asked him, is that the White House or your house?
That's
See, and it also takes long because Lisa won't let me decorate it. She'll let me physically do it.
Yeah.
She has to point out
Don't
where
look
it goes.
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Though.
What kind of ladder do you use for that?
Oh, I got a
Big
10
one?
foot.
Why would?
Wasn't that big one?
Have you ever thought about getting 2 and putting them out so you don't have to move them?
What do you mean? Well, I don't have 2 10-foot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Have you ever thought about getting another
No, it
one?
wouldn't be worth that.
Would it? I mean, you complain about
I
this a
got a
lot.
6-foot and a 10-foot.
Because you have to throw the strings around to the other side.
So
then-
I can go part way with 2.
Okay, I
but
got
then
you.
the tip tops.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that
Okay.
that tree right there looks like it's worth falling through seating over.
You think?
Twice.
Probably not. Yeah, twice.
Yeah.
Same thing twice.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Did you see? I meant to read this when Lisa sent the text. I didn't remember that she claims when I said she didn't get that mad. She said that I started the conversation. I was going, well, I know you're probably going to divorce me over this.
Oh, you went that far?
I didn't realize I said that. And then she said that the only reason she didn't get mad because she asked, what would Jesus do?
That's
But she said I was
funny.
really mad, though, but I just didn't want to.
Well, sometimes you have to. There's the only way you can respond appropriately is through supernatural spiritual help.
But, I still don't know how that happened twice. I'm just.
I'll tell you how.
That is amazing.
I'll tell you how it happened twice.
I'll tell you this. If I fall through, it won't be that spot again because I fixed it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I
Took 2 before I decided to fix it.
I was about to say-
Don't leave that out.
If you'd like to know how it happened twice, I'll tell you how.
Yeah.
You never resolved the issue that caused it the first
Hey,
time.
I'll tell you what, though.
You just lived on the edge for a decade.
If I have 2 incidents 10 years apart, I'll fix something.
That's where you draw
That's
the
where
line.
I've had enough.
Hey, that won't happen again.
No, that ain't gonna happen.
Have you got any other spots up there that could be trouble?
There's
Maybe
a
one you
few-
haven't explored yet?
Well, here's where it is. I think I'm okay, but I would like to have those spots, so I'm going to have to extend it a little.
Really?
Yeah. I don't go to that area much,
Okay.
but I would like to. So
What-
but I'm
Greg-
not going to not go there until it is
Well,
decking.
I'll tell you one of the things that happened. All right, here's what I think happened. Okay, because I'm talking about myself here. I believe when you fell through the roof the first time, that was just you were younger. You were 10 years younger, so that was just the second one. You just don't have the balance you once had. And
yeah, that got me.
You see, for 10 years, you were young enough to balance it, and it really wasn't a problem. What that showed you is if you don't fix this now, you're going to fall through the ceiling a lot.
It's like I had to put a rail up, get upstairs for an old man.
Exactly.
It's like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Well, I got that. That particular area that I've fallen through has been fixed.
Okay.
Don't know why it took twice to get it done.
Well,
but see, because I would go, I just step over that. I'm good.
Right.
You know what? Better than 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: when the love seat fell out of the back of the truck, how long did you continue to carry stuff that way?
That did it.
Yeah, that one corrected
That
itself.
correct.
First
Because
time.
let me tell you why. Because I'm an expert at tying loads down, and I'm better than that.
That's unacceptable. You just kind of half did that.
Now, falling through the ceiling, I can see me doing
Greg,
that.
let me ask you this.
Now, maybe getting stuff out of the back of my truck could happen multiple.
Oh, yeah. But see, I know better.
Yeah, right.
On the couch falling out, what mistake did you make on that?
I put a strap across it, and I halfway did it. And then, evidently, you know how sometimes it'll work loose?
Yeah.
And it was a pretty good trip, and I should have stopped and re-looked at my load again.
You know that, too.
I'll say ratchet straps, if you don't have a good plan, they can come loose a lot.
And this was a ratchet, and I took one when I should have used 2.
Aha.
I had a bad angle on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Really, you need a better way to connect them.
You didn't
When
say
really get down
you
to
didn't
it.
say to be all right.
I did.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
my knees. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big as a number. SimplySafeBubba.com. Boy, what a great time to get a Simply Safe security system. If you've been maybe hearing us talk about this for the last several years and you're like, I need to do that, I need to do that. You know, these security systems are just over $100. And now, because of SimplySafeBubba.com, that URL can get you 40% off the new security system. And they have indoor and outdoor cameras now. And you're monitored 24/7, meaning someone's there to help you no matter the day, the time, no matter the problem. And that's about $15 a month. We're not going to upsell you. You're not locked into some long contract. You install the system yourself. Yes, they'll help you if it's really simple to install. But if you're like me and you pretty much need help installing anything, they'll help you with that too. It was voted the best home security system of 2021 by U.S. News and World Report. So go get yours now at 40% off. SimplySafeBubba.com. That's SimplySafeBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Okay, so we now know the college playoff will feature Michigan, Alabama, Georgia, and Cincinnati. We now know that Bama and Cincinnati play each other, and Michigan and Georgia play each other, and here we go.
Here we go. It is on.
Thanks to Oklahoma State's choke. Really, the playoff committee didn't have that difficult a time.
No,
it was pretty simple with Alabama's defeating of Georgia. That kind of left everybody with pretty easy choices. Michigan getting it done and getting it done big.
Yeah,
that helped. Cincinnati, had a good game. I mean, Houston. There were some times in the game where Houston, certainly had an opportunity to do it, but Cincinnati seemed, I didn't see the game, but were they pretty much in control even though it was
early it was close, and then they pulled away in the second half. Second half it started getting ugly.
Yeah, it was 14-13 at halftime.
Yeah. Cincinnati looked good in the second half.
Unfortunately, Greg, Cincinnati's one of those teams I can't watch.
I know.
But I'll have
that category.
But I'll have to watch it now.
Oh, yeah.
I will say this. I was impressed with I don't even know what that conference is called, the American.
Yeah.
I was impressed with their crowd. They sold out the place.
American Athletic Conference.
Yeah, it was really impressive
That's
what
awesome.
they were doing.
When you see Cincinnati, I always get hungry for chicken. I don't know why.
I always think, it looks like Chick-fil-A on the helmet, and I can't stop singing the theme song to WKRP.
Yes.
I'm
Oklahoma
watching
State.
a team called Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the Oklahoma State thing because
Cincinnati.
we were watching the end of that, and it looked like it was going to be one of those storybook endings. They're marching down the field. They're down on the half-yard line.
Awful.
And you think they're about to do this and punch their ticket into the Final Four, and they didn't execute, and they got down to fourth down. They handed off, and the guy's headed to the corner. And at one point, it looked like he was going to get there.
Yeah.
And then you realize that he's stringing it out, and the DB took a pretty good angle on him. And wow, how about that cam on the pylon?
Yeah.
He misses it by inches. And I was wondering if because he had the momentum, if he shouldn't have turned it up and engaged the defensive back, he'd have probably fallen into the end zone.
Yeah.
But
I was about to do the thing that you just did too. I can't imagine what it must sound like for a world-class college athlete to hear me tell him what he should have done.
Yeah, I know.
But
that's part of college football is Monday morning quarterback. That's what makes it fun.
It seems like in that situation, which I see backs do a lot now, receivers do it too. The new thing has been either the stop and come back inside.
Mm-hmm.
And with that guy running with all he had to try to cut him off at the pylon, I wonder if he'd have just boom, and stopped
Turned it up.
and went back inside, and then like you said, Bubba leaned, just put the shoulder down and tried to fall into the end zone.
Right.
But I mean, nowadays that running and putting the ball
He
out,
thought he could make it to the pylon.
Yeah, the putting the ball out and breaking the plane is the thing that I guess is instinctive to them. But he jumped from too far out.
Well, when he extended, he's lost any belt he has to push.
Yeah.
And the DB pushed him back the other way.
Yeah.
He vectored him right off of it.
Yeah.
Good play.
Well, y'all got the.
That's a great play. That DB, he really gets hit of the year.
He saved the day.
Yeah.
So, but the SEC championship game, because I felt like, yes, Oklahoma State was picked to win, so that was an upset, but not the level.
No.
Could have been. But in Michigan, they get it done easily. But this
I was glad that Michigan got it done, but you got to admit we all were thinking, Are they going to be able to do it? And they did. And congratulations to Big Blue.
And I'm with you, Hams. I saw your text in the group, in the team text. We need Michigan to play well. We didn't need them to look bad. It's good to see them playing in meaningful games and winning.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. Georgia, Michigan will be a great game. Alabama, Cincinnati. I think Cincinnati will get a chance to show the world whether they belong or not. That'll be a nice foe there, especially if Nick Saban can get everybody to start saying that Cincinnati's going to beat Alabama.
Yeah.
But see,
right.
See, he's enjoyed yummy rat poison. I don't know how now he's going to be able to flip that around because they're going to be a huge favorite.
Yeah, well, and he doesn't like y'all on this show, and I saw some people saying it on social media. We said that his jolly attitude after the Iron Bowl, that we understood it. Everybody's like, well, he sure is being joyful after barely winning a game that they were 21-point favorites in. But he knew that the way things were playing out,
he'd be the underdog.
That he would be the underdog.
Which never happened.
And the fact that Alabama had 4 teams play them close this year that were mediocre teams and then got beat by A&M, and A&M starts looking like they weren't as impressive as we thought they were by losing 4 games. And so he had everything he needed for his team to not be believed in, because we make the joke that Alabama fans will say, well, nobody thought we could do it, and everybody thought you could do it.
Yeah.
But finally, in 93 games,
they really did.
People really didn't think they could do it. Now, if you know anything about the Saban era of Alabama, to think that they can't beat anybody on any given day is just ridiculous. And I don't care who they are. Yeah. And so here is Coach Saban talking after Alabama's convincing win. By the way, let's say that again. Yeah. Convincing win. Their offense ran wild on the number 1 defense in the country.
Did 99 even play for Georgia? Was he even at the game?
Well, he
wasn't in there a lot.
He stood there a lot with his hands on the shoulder of the guard or tackle because he was so tired he stopped rushing. But anyway, because of Alabama's moving up and down the field, we found out that Georgia's defense, if people actually put drives together, they weren't in great shape. But anyway, here is Alabama coach Nick Saban talking, really thanking the media for helping him this week. Here it is.
But you guys gave us a lot of really positive rat poison. The rat poison that you usually give us is usually fatal. But the rat poison that you put out there this week was yummy.
That's so funny. Golly, that's a good one.
That's me one of the greatest lines. That one ranks right up there with the old tin horn, I think.
Yeah. Let me tell you what this. Here's the part you don't want to miss, and I saw some people sending this. Toward the end, and we'll run it again, watch him look over at Bryce Young and whoever the other player is, because when he starts bringing up, he kind of sets it up, and we're just hearing the meat of it. And Bryce Young and the other guys start laughing, looking at each other, because they know what he's about to do. And he gives them a little look like watch this. Watch him look over at him. Go ahead.
And I think the fact that he used yummy.
Yeah. You guys
now watch him look over
a lot
at them.
of really positive rat poison. The rat poison that you usually give us is usually fatal. But the rat poison that you put out there this week was yummy.
Yummy.
Yeah, they don't never get to be the underdog.
He almost gives that look that Brooks used to give his big brother when he's about to give him a handle. You know, that little cut over.
Yeah.
And so let me tell you something. Alabama had a ball with all of us thinking they weren't going to win. That's what they needed. And we were warning what you can't. You got to watch that Tide. And we were sitting here thinking. We were thinking, how in the world? Let me tell you this. If there's, I don't know what kind of coaching award to give, the offensive line coaches.
Yeah.
What y'all did from Auburn to Georgia. Now, let me say this. I didn't know this because I didn't see at the Iron Bowl to the very end. Alabama fans were telling me, if you go back and watch, they did make a move at tackle and moved that tackle that kept being beat and replaced it. And after that, they handled the Auburn rush a little better than the guy who was playing before. So they were already starting to move people around, and I don't follow it to the point. I think that people, they did some adjustments on who plays where, what position everybody's in.
Center, yeah.
And center, change center. They guys.
Well, they found the problem.
Everybody we talked to, including Brad Edwards, who is a guy who follows this, says, in my mind, I can't figure out how that how that matchup is going to ever be okay for Alabama. How will they block this defense if they couldn't block some of the teams that on stats, and the only way you can watch it, it didn't look like the defenses they played would be as good as Georgia. But everybody was saying, well, what offenses has Georgia really faced that were all that great? All that was in play. We just didn't know. And this could be that Alabama was ready to play this game and Georgia wasn't, and when they play each other again.
Well, that's an elite offense that can beat you downfield. Greg and I were talking earlier today. Jordan Rogers pointed out that the Auburn crowd played a huge part in that deal with the miscommunication. It being so loud in there, not really knowing, getting snap counts. Yep. All the linemen were messed up, and that made a huge deal, and that's what you saw at a neutral site. It's a little different, especially when you have those guys that you can go downfield with that most of these teams they've played haven't.
Well, that's an elite the way Bryce Young can extend plays is unbelievable, man. He's really shown out the last couple of
I think you're going to see the Georgia success we've seen. I think you're going to see that against Michigan because Michigan can't throw it downfield.
Right. Well, you know, when you look at the Iron Bowl too, one gets thrown out for targeting on a punt.
Yeah.
So
and
Bryce,
he's a difference maker.
But in the Georgia game, he loses 8.
Mechie.
And they still were able to move the ball in Georgia even when the other. So I don't know. It was.
Let's talk about Kirby Smart for a minute. We were concerned that he would panic. Did he panic by not kicking field goals when they were down and still a lot of time left on the clock? Would that have made a difference?
We'll be back.
Have you seen the Georgia fans that want him fired?
Well,
I kid you not.
He may have a chance and may actually. Hey, it's hard to beat a team twice. He may win a national title. I'd calm down.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I gave you last year.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So gift number 3, 12 working days of Christmas, could happen at any time on the program today. You could join Ryan Hubbard, Pelham, Alabama. Got an Apple HomePod Mini. Or Colby Chambers out of Wetumpka, Alabama, picked up the SunPack 12-inch rainbow vlogging kit. Also had the lavalier microphone with it, a Bluetooth remote for the smartphones and compact cameras. So the next gift might as well go to you. So we'll be reading your name if you win it. So be paying attention and be sure you catch all the show today. So the college football playoff is set. All the bowl games and invites, is that done yet?
Oh, yeah. Y'all got a list of all the bowls, the schedule and everything, if y'all want to look at it.
It'd be tough to get me to watch any of the
I know
playoffs,
that you feel like a lot of this is meaningless, and I give you that.
I don't feel that way. It is.
I mean, for recruiting and for others, it's not. But I get what you're saying.
Hey, you're sitting around.
If I'm playing for a championship, it's meaningless.
You look up on one.
That's what I want to do.
The Sugar Bowl is coming on, and Baylor and Ole Miss is in it. That catches your eye.
Yeah,
as a football fan.
Yeah, I won't. It'll all be what time is it on?
Yeah.
Am I deer hunting that day?
Right.
Do I have some? Won't be.
This will be an evening.
I think I'll be available.
This will be a prime time start.
It won't be. It won't be appointment TV for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bubba, for you don't have to go anywhere. Auburn's in Birmingham.
I saw that.
Yeah. Get to go down to the new Pro-Life Stadium.
Yeah, that's
Protective Life Stadium.
We'll have a big time.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to put the Pro-Life label on you.
Right.
Is it
They appreciate
protective
that.
or
You may be
protective? I think it's
pro-choice.
just
I don't know. But anyway, the Protective
But
Life.
it's not protected life, right?
No, it's Protective Stadium.
Protective Stadium.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is that an insurance company?
I thought it was some medical.
Yes.
something.
Is it? Okay.
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, I didn't know. So anyway, yeah, Bubba, you can just ease on down there. I can tell you what parking deck you get in.
That'll be good for them. And I'm usually not in town when that bowl game's going on.
Yeah.
So
Have you ever seen SEC Shorts comedy bit they do on the Birmingham Bowl?
no, I bet it's a funny one though.
Let me tell you something.
Everything they do is pretty funny.
Let me tell you something. The creativity on that one, when they pull out the the gift bag that they give everybody when they come to the bowl game and start taking the items out of it. Golly, good night.
I don't know what it is too. It seems like it's always rainy weather when that bowl game happens too. You don't remember a lot of real pretty sunny days.
No,
I know some have happened. I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it has. But yeah,
Rick, Protective Stadium is named after the same insurance company with the same name.
So it is
Protective Life.
Yeah, but they just call it Protective Stadium, but Protective
right.
Life is behind.
All right, so I'm still stupid, but not as stupid as I thought.
You're in the ballpark.
My level of stupidity went down a little bit.
Yeah. Well, speaking of UAB, they go to New Mexico and play BYU in their bowl game.
How about that?
And then you got little things like, and I know this isn't going to
Speedy's
interest
going
you,
to
but
stadium.
little things like this: Penn State and Arkansas.
Yeah.
I mean, when are you going to ever see that?
I know.
You know, and I think there's an art to getting teams fired up to play. Oklahoma State, Notre Dame. Notre Dame has their new coach announced. I mean, are they fired up to be there? Iowa, Kentucky, things like that.
Well, and here's the problem too we have now is these players, some of the big time players, choose to sit out in these games, and so the Ole Miss Baylor game sounds real good. But if the Ole Miss quarterback says, "Hey, I'm out because I don't want to take a chance of getting hurt," then that automatically goes, "That's not a fun game to watch."
May I make a point on that? May I make a point?
Yeah.
And why do players who can go in the NFL sit out games that are not in the playoff? No, it makes my point. Why would they do that?
Because it doesn't matter.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
You wouldn't sit out a playoff game.
I know.
On
paper it looks really good, but if these things start happening, these dominoes start falling, then it's all of a sudden,
That's why we have to extend the playoff.
As a coach, is what I mean. We've talked about this. They get more practice time.
Yeah.
The young guys get to get
great for the
another
programs.
month of practice.
Oh, no. Strictly talking about being a sports fan.
Yeah. Mississippi State, Texas Tech.
They serve a function for the program, no doubt.
So let me ask you back to the SEC championship game. When Alabama has a lead, there are 2 scores or more. Still early, midway through the third quarter, you still got time to catch up. Does Kirby panic a little bit and start going for the fourth downs a little soon, you think?
Well, I don't think he thought he could stop them.
And
I think that was the problem.
That's a thought. But if you kick field goals, I think there was 3 times I remember Georgia was on Alabama's side of the 50 and got no points. If you kick field goals and you keep a little bit of pressure, you don't know how that affects the other play calling. When you feel like you got a lead and the other team can't stop you, you get a little more aggressive with your play calling.
I have zero hesitation to tell you that I think Kirby Smart absolutely started pressing. I think he panicked, and I think that Saban owns him in his mind. And
we even talked about that before the game because
right.
we saw that before with some crazy calls like the fake punt thing.
Yeah. Yes, I think that Kirby Smart panicked in that game, yes.
And
I mean, just by watching, it was like, oh, no.
Georgia's relatively easy season, not trailing much, winning most games by more than 2 touchdowns.
By the third quarter, the game was over?
Yeah, running up some incredible stats. Did that serve them well going into this, as opposed to Alabama that had several close games, including the one right prior to it?
Well, one had rat poison and one didn't.
One had yummy rat poison.
One's rat poison was yummy. The other had that one that has the terrible taste.
I'm like Hams. I
Greatest
kind
team of all time.
I kind of expect Georgia to be fine when they play Michigan, but we'll see. Yeah. Who knows?
Well,
their offense being only so hurt them because they couldn't get first downs. They couldn't get their defense off the field. And even the defense, because they were heralded as one of the best ever, they looked totally lost Saturday.
Yeah, I think what happened with the defense for Georgia is they did believe their own hype, and they had been able to do it all season to just be so much more athletically better than the offense they were facing that they thought they could do that again. And you got to remember, just because we're talking about Alabama's team is not as good as Alabama's team the year before, they play against the team prior. They're still better than most everybody else that plays them.
Right.
We were discussing they didn't seem to be as good as other Alabama teams. That doesn't mean they're not as good as everybody they play.
Yeah. The pick six was a backbreaker.
Yeah, and you saw that almost happen with the same player earlier, and he dropped it. And
that.
By the way,
now, wow,
look,
we really got to play catch up.
Is it Bennett? Is that the quarterback for Georgia?
Yes.
Gutsy kid, athletic, but there was a weird point in the game where the announcers kept acting like that it was a quarterback war, that he and Bryce Young were both playing at equal level, and I was like,
doesn't look like it.
I think Bryce probably won the Heisman on Saturday.
Well, let me ask you, too, you remember with Georgia's offense struggling, remember in the championship game a few years ago when Alabama had that problem, they made a quarterback change, and Georgia did not. So,
top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Merry Christmas from all of us here at the Rick and Bubba Show. This is the time of year that you're having gatherings. People are getting together. Hey, we're gonna have a party. We're gonna have a shindig. Have you used the great technology with Evite? Evite offers thousands of free invitation options, all fully customized for your occasion. So, yeah, we got a lot going on because it is the holidays. You got New Year's coming up, but also it could be for birthdays, could be for weddings, baby showers, whatever the case may be. And if you're looking forward to getting together, but you need to send out your Evite, Evite's ready to make this as easy as it possibly could be. You can choose a design created by their community of professional artists, or you can upload your own unique design if you want. But Evite's design templates, they make it easy, they make it fun, and they make it simple, which is what I have to have, to create an invitation so everything that you're celebrating is extra special. You don't want to start thinking about, well, I got to get this out. You know what I love? The RSVP tracking that Evite offers. You got to know who's coming. I mean, how much food am I going to order and all that? And Evite makes it super easy to link a registry or a gift, if you're dealing with wedding gatherings and showers and things like that. So Evite is helping you make celebrations feel extra special. And they can help you, too, if you need it. Head over to Evite, that's EVITE.com/Rick Bubba to choose from thousands of design options to create and send invitations for free. That's EVITE.com/Rick Bubba, EVITE.com/Rick Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Well, he was, many people started emailing. They started putting stuff out on social media after Alabama's really dismantling of Georgia in the SEC championship game. Will we be hearing from Dicky Nadmeyer today?
Well, I bet you will.
He's on the line, Bubba.
I'm kind of surprised he's maybe quit partying already.
That's a shame. Alabama's fucking great. I've written her name in crimson paint.
There's no telling what could happen here. Let's see if he's there. Hey,
Dicky, you there?
Ramma Jamma, Yellow Hammer, look up top. There's his mama.
Dicky, I thought you still may be out partying. I didn't know that you'd even get it together by today.
Well, I had Sunday for recap. And Phyllis and I had a tremendous time. You know, Bubba, I'm asking you a question about the Civil War.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow.
What does Nicholas Saban and Tecumseh Sherman have in common?
It looks like both of them burned Georgia to the ground.
They burned Atlanta to the ground.
Hey, Georgia, how?
Little Kirby smart. Doesn't look so smart, does he?
Was this part of Saban's plan, Dicky?
Well, it was brilliant. And as you know, I supported him through the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, we overcame the things that Bama always has to overcome. People don't believe in us.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, nobody thought you were
Never saw that one.
Gary Danielson, with his smug comments, he wanted so bad for the Tide to lose.
Right.
Had to beat Gary Danielson again. Every year, I pray, some people pray for peace on earth. I pray that Gary Danielson will shut up. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
So you think Gary pulls against the Tide? Is that?
Oh boy.
Well, it's obvious if you don't listen with an ear that is filtered by your prejudice.
So what do you do? You think that Kirby choked in this, or what do you think, Dick?
Well, as you know, Bob, it's very difficult to win an SEC championship with both hands around your neck.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Right.
Roll Tide.
Yeah, they can't hear you on the headset. That's for sure.
When you look back, and these are things that a lot of inferior coaches. By the way, I've contacted the museum over in Tuscaloosa.
Oh, you did?
Boy.
Okay.
We got to buy some land, but we got to expand and make more room.
Too many championships. Can't
Where are we going to put all these trophies? Roll Tide.
Easy, Dicky.
Well, here's the thing. Nobody ever believes that we can get it done, but we do. But let me tell you what Saban did. It was masterful. He even took a loss this year. And that was a favor, as we know, to little Jimbo. And Jimbo was having a hard time. Saban, he has great respect for his assistants.
Yeah.
And, and he just face it, nobody could beat him, none of his assistants. He had to allow it. And Saban knowing it, he allows us to lose a close one in College Station. And that starts building this overconfident team that Saban was dealing with this year. And then he does this, and then the Iron Bowl, Auburn can't beat us. So no matter what we do, you can play games with Auburn, they can't get it done. And
all set up.
Yeah, and we're not concerned. I mean, I kind of want to play Little Bowie again. Little Bowie Nix, but he wasn't there. He couldn't get it done, and then they put in a quarterback that's impressive to look like. But not only does he look like a statue, he kind of moves like one.
All right, Dicky.
Not the most mobile.
No,
I
saw
the most
where
mobile, Gregory. Right?
That's
not
right.
the most mobile.
I saw where Bo Nix announced he was coming back for another season, Dicky.
Well, good. He can come back and get beat again. We'll see him over in Tuscaloosa next year, Brian Denny. Sure to be pleasant.
So, Dicky, did you enjoy the yummy rat poison?
Oh, it's so yummy. Phyllis and I were eating it with a side of cornbread.
All right.
Just waiting. It was so fun to be in Atlanta at the ATL and to watch the little Georgia fans all showing up. Greatest defense ever. Greatest defense ever. But they hadn't faced one Bryce Young. Another Heisman Trophy, by the way, on Alabama coming up in New York City. And here came little Kirby, not so smart, and he's got his little, 99. Here comes little fat. Nobody can stop 99. Is 99 still laying on the field?
All right.
Yeah, I didn't even know if he was in the game.
Yeah, he wasn't very.
No.
Didn't call his number,
No.
Mike. Didn't get in on offense to run the ball, anything.
No, he didn't. And I tell you, did you see us just throwing it all over the field? One of our receivers went down. Don't matter. We still keep going. You'd think the greatest defense in the world, if they could find some kind of advantage against you, it'd be the end of the game. We would have scored 60 if we had not called the dogs off.
60.
So, Dicky, looking forward, you got the Bearcats in the playoffs.
Well, we're going to play the team with Chick-fil-A's logo on their helmet.
It's going to be hard to find yummy rat poison in this one because you're going to be an overwhelming favorite.
Yeah.
Well, Nicholas Saban in his brilliance, and, and I've supported him the whole season because I knew what he was doing.
Oh.
And I knew he was trying to show his team that we can't just show up. We can't come on the field and win every time just with that A on us.
Right.
And so he's the master motivator, and what he'll do this time, Bubba, as you would do, probably back when you were coaching them tennis championships. What you do is you say, now the motivation is, here's this team we all tired of hearing about. and they telling everybody, well, if we get our shot at Bama, we'll show you that we belong.
Uh-huh.
How about this? I got $100 if anybody even name the conference they just won.
Wait a minute.
$100.
I think it's the American.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. I thought they was playing in Conference USA because, America, USA, you get kind of confused.
Just send the check to the new studio address.
Yeah. So, Dicky, so you celebrate Christmas. Right after that, are you headed to Arlington because they'll play at AT&T Stadium?
Oh, boy.
So is that where you're going to ring in the new year?
I even know where to park there. We go so much.
Right. So you got your systems nailed down?
It's got to get pretty expensive going to all these games, though.
Well, you budget it, and as you know, I'm on disability. But what you do is you have a budget if you're a Bama fan. See, now if you're an Auburn fan, you realize it ain't that expensive to go to Birmingham.
Or if you need the other one, you save up for 50 years and you got it.
Yeah.
I know the Auburn players are excited about their gift card to Circuit City.
Circuit City.
I hate to, Dickie, I hate to tell you, there is no Circuit City in Birmingham anymore. They're out of business.
There's my point. So
right.
They still got them laying around from Birmingham Bowls past. Y'all remember when it's named after pizza? That lasted a long time.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we go out there early. We'll say Merry Christmas, and then all Tide fans will head on out to Arlington.
Okay, so that's what's going to happen.
Jerry's World.
Like a caravan.
Yeah, it's almost like, is it really Jerry's World? I mean, as much as people call it Jerry's World, it's Nick's World. We go out there and beat somebody else we're not supposed to beat, roll Tide.
Nobody thought
Jerry sees Nick so much out there. You make a good point. It's a wonder he hadn't tried to hire him.
Honestly, I mean, Cowboy fans are thinking, well, maybe Saban will come back and he'll coach our team. But if he tries that NFL thing again, once he's had about 12, 15 national championships, when will Nick Saban not be in the hunt? But let me ask you that: when will Nick Saban not have our team up front?
I would just say it would never happen. It doesn't appear to be if we look at history.
No.
Cincinnati always overhypes everything like they're chili. Really tight.
All right, Dickie, we're leaning on the break. So have a great Christmas, and then we'll talk to you, I guess, at AT&T Stadium.
There you go.
It's New Year's Eve day. It's the early game, or New Year's Eve, I should say. New Year's Eve.
Bubba, I'll tell you where you need to park down there at Birmingham, though.
Yeah, let me know. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I can
You
help
and all your homies gonna go to Birmingham, look at the vote.
I can see it from here.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. To the phones we go. We've been chatting a little while today on the program. Would love to hear from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. There is a line available. If you start dialing now, you will get in. And then because we're doing the phone tro format, we will get to your phone calls quickly at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table, and no meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those will get the instant buzzer. But everything else, we will roll through quickly unless you get a timeout from Bubba or Helms. There's only two, and if you do, we'll expand on your call. Want to say thank you to AppleLaneFarms.com today. Anna Hickabotham is here, and Anna has been a supporter of the show for a long time. As a matter of fact, she's thankful to this show for many reasons. And one is a very famous Rick and Bubba story. But she has brought us one of their delicious hams today and sweet potato dumplings. And we are very blessed, and we are enjoying this delicious ham. You can find out more about them by going to AppleLaneFarms.com, and they advertise with us out of Huntsville. And kind of her to come down and bring us this delicious food today. And we're thankful for that. It's so good. To the phones we go. We start with Richard in Huntsville listening to us on 100.3 The River, speaking of Huntsville. All right, Richard, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing?
What's up?
Did y'all see what the Pittsburgh quarterback pulled off this weekend?
I did not.
No, I did not.
Have Adler pulled up. He pulled a fake slide and took it all the way to the house.
So he pretended to slide, and then when everybody kind of backed off, then he just kept on rolling?
He did. He popped up and took it all the way.
Well, see, that's going to get some quarterbacks killed.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's all that's done.
Is he saying he actually slid? Because in the NFL, you got to touch them before you can slide and get back up.
Let's see, here it is right here.
Here we go.
Yeah, he actually.
I was about to say, if he hit the ground, he's down. It's not the NFL.
He acted like
it's
he
not.
was going to.
I thought it was Pittsburgh. I thought he was talking about the Steelers.
Yeah, I did too.
No.
He
Against
said
Wake
Pittsburgh,
Forest, which they beat Wake Forest.
Did you see what he did?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
So
pretty
wrong.
good.
Slapped the brakes on and just came
You're
right
right.
back up.
That's going to get a quarterback killed.
Yeah, because the next one's going to do that. Somebody's going to go, I thought he was still running.
Yeah. He set precedent for defenders to say that's why I drilled him. Until he gets on the ground, I'm going to drill him.
Completely forgot about the ACC championship game. Completely forgot about it. So much so I thought he was talking about the Steelers.
Craig and Gulf Shores.
So did Brent Venerable. He loved
Who won that game? Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Sunny 105. Craig, go ahead.
So, on the Alec Baldwin, on that type of gun, if it takes an inch and a quarter to cock the hammer, and he only pulls it back an inch and lets go of the hammer, won't that still hit the firing pin?
Well, we thought so, yeah. I mean, we on that type of gun, I think all you have to do is pull the hammer back, let it go. If it's enough force.
If you flip it far enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know at what point it has to have enough pressure to fire the weapon, but apparently that's what happened.
Let's go to Doug in Alabama. Doug, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to see if you guys could pull the curtain back on a previous studio move. I think when you moved to the Red Velvet Lounge, you had to change your phone number, and I was wondering exactly what happened there.
Golly, you're going way back.
What, did we leave 1-800 and go to 866? Is that what happened?
That's correct.
You know, it's possible that the company that we were leaving was angry and tried to keep us from getting it, possibly, and then we just shifted to 866.
I don't think you want to call that today.
Yeah.
What I understand.
No. 866 we be big. I think they tried to make it difficult for us to.
Yeah,
I know we were 877 for a while, and then went to 866.
Really? Yeah, that's true.
You know, I think at one time, We Be Big was our fax number. And I think they tried to take the other one. And anyway, we went to another setup.
Yeah, I don't remember, but it seems like, you know, sometimes when you part ways with a company, it's very, very civil and everybody's agreed that we just couldn't get it done. Then there's times where everybody's mad. And it's possible that was some attempts to.
I think that was the case.
To make life difficult for us, and we just shifted to the other toll-free prefix before they could grab that one too.
And then I think we changed it when we had a chance to go to 866.
Right, yeah. You know, it was one of those we got to get on the air and we grabbed what we could and we adjusted. That's,
move forward.
If I'm remembering right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
George in Alabama. George, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
We're good.
Hey, just got a quick comment. I really feel sorry for Alabama's basketball coach, Nate Oates.
And why?
Well, he picked the worst possible night to beat Gonzaga.
Yeah.
Great point.
Well, they were getting a lot of publicity on that. I think it's the first time ever you had top 3 teams get defeated by the same school in different sports.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, that was ironic that it happened on that night. Anyway, thanks, guys.
Yep, probably because the enthusiasm in Alabama for the basketball program versus the football program. There's like right then when you told me, I had no real excitement about it.
Well, there he is. I mean, yeah. it's followed, and the coach has done a great job there, and they've obviously made great strides.
Oh, of
but
course.
It will be more notable after football season.
Right. Yeah. But the passion for the two
right.
is in our state. It's like going to Kentucky and comparing football to basketball there.
I started to say if it was Kentucky, it might be different.
Let's go to
or Auburn.
Yeah, Baker in Kentucky. Baker, go ahead.
Basketball school.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just being fair, if you don't mind, we had some rough weather up here this morning, some tornado outbreak, and I think we're all okay up here, but just be a prayer. But we are without power, and my son still thinks that Mom should curl his hair still this morning with no power. So she is in the garage running the SUV, curling his hair.
Curling it?
How old is he, by the way? I have to ask.
He's a freshman in high school. This is like the new thing going on.
The mom curls your freshman in high school son's hair.
Whoa. I'm back at dudes
sorry.
are getting their hair curled.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
wow.
dudes,
I can't believe you're allowing this to happen.
I don't know. There's so much more there. I wish we could have found out.
Dudes are curling.
Is she curling the mullet, the bottom of the mullet?
Are we talking about a perm? Are we talking about there's curling irons out? What are we
Rick,
talking
I just
about?
acted like I didn't hear it.
Right.
Thank you,
It
Bubba.
just makes it easier.
Yeah. Okay. I just not in the loop on that. On guys need their hair curled by their mom.
Yeah. Maybe that's why your power's out. God's trying to stop it.
Yeah. I think you're on to something, Bubba.
I think there may be some truth to that.
Yeah.
Gracious. Let's go to Danny.
Yeah.
Danny, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Morning, Peelers.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Dingo Danny, I was wondering what y'all thought was probably the most embarrassing bowl game to have your team be a part of. My vote's for either probably the Duke's Mayo Bowl. I mean, what in the world are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
especially those of us that don't like mayonnaise.
Right. It's,
that's not good.
Because you know you're going to get plenty of samples, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. To me, they're
57 Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the name, not the place. Yeah. To me,
I'd rather go to a ketchup bowl than I had a mayonnaise bowl. I'll tell you that.
I'm about to upset some people, and I certainly don't mean to.
Oh boy.
But honestly, if you're
not your nature,
if you're, it's not the way I operate. If you are, you're a rah-rah, your team, I got my colors on, I'm fired up. I just think that when you're trying to do your season, how did it go? To me, and we were having some fun with some of it, I've always still think that when you hear news that you're headed to Shreveport, that one is the one.
Do they still have a bowl game?
I don't know if they still have it.
It was a Poulan Weed Eater Bowl.
Shreveport is the Independence Bowl, and that's where UAB and BYU are.
Okay. Yeah. It's there's something about we're all headed to Shreveport. I just nothing against it. It just.
I think every time I've been there, it was raining.
Did I just say nothing against it? Apparently there is something.
Yeah, because you just brought it out. Sorry,
nice, it's one of those things like my dad when he says, "Well, look, I ain't trying to be rude." I'm like, "Well, Dad, just because you say that,
you're still being
Blazers.
Yeah. That's bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Explain. So join this sweet refrain about the place they call the Candy Cane Lane. About the place they call the Candy Cane Lane. About the place they call the Candy Cane Lane.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so when you're thinking about Christmas gifts, and we're trying to help you guys out, give you some good ideas, some things that you can do. Obviously, we've got all kinds of opportunities. If you're looking to give somebody something that is unique this year and you're thinking, I just can never figure out what to get this person, may we suggest a Box of Awesome? Yep, you're hearing me right. Go to boxofawesome.com. We love this. When these boxes show up and based on some questions that you answer about yourself or whomever you're going to be sending this to, there's things in the box that would be things they would like. And we're talking about, we love these little gadgets and outdoor stuff and all that. They've got some grooming goods in there. They've got some clothing. They're focusing on winter now, some winter styles that are there. So you answer the questions, and you either start getting a Box of Awesome yourself, or you start sending it to someone else, and you can adjust it and customize it however you want to do it. Each box costs $45. It has over $70 worth of gear inside. And right now, because you are supporting this program, we're going to get you 20% off your first Box of Awesome, kind of a Christmas celebration, when you sign up at boxofawesome.com. Doesn't cost anything to do that. And enter the code BUBBA at checkout. We'll save you 20% off that first box. What a great idea for the person that you're like, I want to send something that's going to be different this year, or I've sent them everything and now I can't think of anything. Or maybe this is a gift you want to start giving yourself or your family. Boxofawesome.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so the state of America today, we're all concerned. We're always looking for things that maybe we could do to get us off the skid. And one of them is we just found out that teenage and hopefully maybe even not, but college-age males are getting their hair curled. Now, I remember, when the mullet was blazing in its back, that people sometimes would perm the mullet at a location that perms or whatever. But what we just heard is a guy saying that his wife is using the power in the ignition of the car to curl her freshman son's hair
because the power's out.
The power's out. So mama is curling her son's hair, not her daughter.
A lot of questions there.
So, and I don't know what this is. And Jennifer, I think, is going to try to help us. Jennifer, what's going on here?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all doing?
We're good.
We're great. Jennifer, enlighten us, please.
Okay, so their new style that the boys are wearing is they're keeping the sides of their hair very tight to it's kind of shaved down, and then the top long. And that is one style. And then you perm or curl the long hair on top. to look like a certain pop star, and I cannot remember his name to save my life because it's not that important. And then the other is my son has another friend that has a mullet, and he curls his hair every morning before he goes to school. Not his mother. That's a little weird, but he does. And I ask why, and they're like, well, we got to look fresh for the ladies. And I'm like, y'all need help.
All right, so when you say curling, do you mean with like a curling iron?
Oh, yes, sir, with a curling iron. I'm afraid so.
There's males taking a curling iron and using it.
Yes.
And then some get their mom to do it.
I am not going to do that. I am not one of those moms that will do that. But if a mom will do that, she is a star in my book because, wow that's, yeah. So,
I think we're seeing
my
why the
son-
birth rates are going down in our country, Rick.
Boy, what a good one,
My
Bubba.
son
What a
paid
good one.
money to have his hair permed like your Mima would back in the day, and I just looked at him and went,
Yep.
what?
Yeah, that happened in the happened in the mullet years.
That's different than getting a curling iron every morning.
Yeah, it's almost like a perm. We're not crazy about that, but we've had that happen. But the curling iron, just to me, like I've noticed at our house, most of the curling irons that come in there, that my wife uses, they even seem to be mainly pink and mauve colored.
Yeah.
It's like the people making curling irons don't even expect males to use them.
Yeah, you don't see many with a wood grain handle.
Yeah, they don't market
Yeah,
it. You don't see somebody means business on it.
Yeah, no,
you know what I mean, none of that. But
so I mean, I'm trying to
Wow,
follow
what a curling iron.
the perm deal. So what are you trying to flip it out at the bottom? Is that it?
It says she says
Roll
on the
it up?
top. So what are the mullet people doing with it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are they in the back? Are they trying to roll it out? Put like a little gutter on
All
it.
right, here's April. She actually does this to her son.
Oh,
April. First of all, it sounds like there's two things that are going on. There's the curling on the top of the head, and then there's the curling of the sweet mullet. What's trying to be accomplished here?
Well, I blow dry my son's hair, and I use a round brush, and I use a whole bunch of product in it, and there's something called TikTok hair, and
Say
so
it
all
again.
of the girls are like loving it.
What is it called again? Your phone dropped out.
It's called TikTok hair.
TikTok.
How old is
hair.
Yes.
Yeah, I noticed, by the way, the warning about China and TikTok went completely ignored.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they're trying.
So it's hair that you would see on TikTok videos.
There
Is
you
that
go.
where we're getting the name?
Yes, and all of the girls at his school are obsessed with it, and I guess I'm the only one that can do it for him. And so we get up, and I blow dry his hair, and I put a whole bunch of product in it, and then we hairspray it, and then all the girls loved it. So then now I'm kind of like stuck doing it.
Could
and
teach
he's
him
in
to do it.
10th grade.
So you get up and do all the things to his hair, almost like he's your daughter.
Yes, but I do it to my daughter too. Like I'll blow dry her out.
I think that may be the point.
That's one thing in the culture we had established that moms help their daughters get their hair fixed.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm.
See, when we were growing up, you didn't have to worry with that with a flat top.
No, Bubba. Here's what I'm thinking, April, and I want you to think this through. We've all had friends, people we love, been through it ourselves because we're all married. And there's a tradition, and that is the bride spends hours on wedding day, and all the girls, all the bridesmaids, her mom, usually the groom's mom, they all get around and be sure her hair is fixed and perfect for the
Fix
wedding.
her up, yep.
So now the mother of the groom's going to have to do the same thing. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I can't go with my new daughter-in-law and help her with her hair. I got to go get my son's hair ready for the wedding as well, and we've got the same appointment at a different place. Wow. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, this is
so you're kind of talking about a Tim Tebow haircut, but a lot longer on top.
Yeah,
like it's pretty much like it's really long. Like the sides and the back are like really short. So this is not a mullet. This is not a mullet.
Show
it's like that right there.
The other picture you had,
the top
Adler,
part
really
is really
shows the
long.
curling. The blonde kid, the curling you can almost see. Well, that one was real close. You could see the curling like you'd see in a woman right there. See, this is what she's talking about, and they go in there and curl off.
Ma'am, do you feel good about this trend? I'm
my son.
It's a very cute hairstyle, and my daughter, she's really into style and does her hair. So she's like, okay, Mom, like he has to keep the TikTok hair. So I'm like pressured from both of them like, I got to keep the TikTok hair.
That's natural, though.
Yeah.
I mean, JC, he's showing a picture of my middle son, JC.
Yeah.
That's natural. He's not in there curling his hair.
Right.
Yeah. Which, by the way, he's texting with the tubers now.
All the boys that have
Right now in the
naturally
chat
curly hair are, like, super popular right now.
Yeah.
So all the kids that struggled with curly hair, now it's like they're the it boys.
And
Now,
there's
what kind of purse does he carry with that?
Yeah, there's
And I do want to say, my son, he got nominated for Beauty and Bow at his school, and I did his hair.
Now, which one was he, Beauty or Bo?
Uh-huh.
No,
Rick.
Well, these are the things you have to be concerned about. I mean, sometimes we
as
have.
long as we're popular, it's okay.
Well, here's the thing, men.
Hey,
Thank you,
listen,
Bob.
I will say this. He's in 10th grade, and you know what? In 2 years, he's going to be off to college.
Right.
So every little thing, even if I feel like it is cheesy or corny, I try to do it because I know one day I'm going to look back and be like, wow, like I wish I was doing TikTok hair on my son right now.
Yeah, April, have you found out where he's going to go to college so you can get an apartment near there so you can fix his hair? Thanks, April. Well, look, I understand that when males find out that women like a certain thing, they're willing to do anything. I certainly understand that concept. But sometimes we have a responsibility to women to say this is not the best thing for you, so no. We're not gonna follow this. Your desire for this is not what you really want.
What does Dad do when all this is going on?
Cry. Openly weep. Look, it just. I understand. Look, I understand. I lived through the mullet, and the mullet's back. I understand the
mullet was something we all experimented with. I got you.
I remember the angel wings, and you start thinking that but I just don't remember any of it that Mom came in the bathroom with her curling iron and said, "Let me see if I can help you get your hair like the ladies like it."
Look, I didn't get to go to all that till my dad wasn't around because we had that peeled haircut, buddy. That wasn't even up for debate.
If I had mentioned that to my dad, he would have gone into the nearest bathroom. Of course, I didn't have my own. We just shared the one he used, because nobody had their own bathroom then,
right?
And because that
or
generation,
their own room.
yeah, no, we didn't have anything. We didn't have
their own car, their own TV.
But let's say I brought my own product in for it and my own curling iron, okay. And so my dad, if he walked into the bathroom that I shared with him, which had the wood paneling on the wall and a shower and a toilet and a sink, if he'd walked in and my curling iron was laying over there with whatever was with it, he would have taken it, thrown it out in the yard, and would have dared me to go out there and get it, and then would have set it on fire.
A nice add-on. Burn it while it's out there.
Hey, son. Yeah, Dad. Did I just see you ask your mama if you could use her curling iron? Yes, sir. What for? I was wondering if she'd help me curl my hair.
See, that's kind of set my Monday back.
Yeah, mine too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That name in the Bible is Jireh, and it means God will provide.
I'll never be more loved than I am right now. Wasn't holding you up, so there's nothing I can do to lay you down. It doesn't take a trophy to make you proud. I'll never be more loved than I am right now.
Going through a storm, but I won't go down. I hear your voice carried in the rhythm of the wind to call me out.
You would cross an ocean so I wouldn't drown. You've never been closer than you are right now.
You are
Jireh, you are enough. Jireh, you are enough. And I will be content in every circumstance. You are always enough, more than enough. I don't wanna forget how I feel right now on the mountaintop. I can see so clear what it's all about. And stay by my side when the sun goes down. I don't wanna forget how I feel right now. Jireh, Jireh, you are enough. Oh, Jireh, you are enough. And I will be content in every circumstance. You are Jireh, you are enough. Forever enough, always enough, more than enough. Oh, forever enough, always enough. You're more than enough, enough.
If he dresses the lilies with beauty and splendor, how much more will he clothe you? How much more will he clothe you? If he watches over every sparrow, how much more does he love you? How much more does he love you? If he dresses the lilies with beauty and splendor, how much more will he clothe you? How much more will he clothe you? If he watches over every sparrow, how much more does he love you? 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 How much more? Jireh, you are enough. Jireh, you are enough. And I will be content in every circumstance. You are Jireh, you are enough.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866. We Be Big is the number. Gift number 3, 12 working days of Christmas could happen at any time on the program today. But we also are celebrating Calvin Speedy Wilburn's 53rd birthday today. And
Happy birthday, Speedy.
Thank you, bud.
And Edgar's Bakery, they continue the streak. All their information's in show notes at rickandbubba.com. They continue their streak of birthday cakes, and here comes another one. We got
bases are loaded, Greg.
Bases are loaded. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Speedy. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Speedy's got a cold, and I talked in the microphone after him.
Oh, well, it's.
I gave it to him.
This one
it's
here.
payback from last year. He gave me COVID, so I gave him a cold this year.
That's pretty good. That's a good payback. All right, so the theme of the cake is baseball.
It's the pneumovirus, by the way.
Yeah. Yes. The theme of the cake is Lawson State, where my middle son goes, JC, and plays baseball.
That
under
looks
Blake
like
Lewis.
a good one too.
And
What's that laying on the side over there?
What's that?
The brown thing.
I hope it's
That's a glove, I think, isn't it?
What are you talking
A
about?
glove and a bat, I hope.
When I first saw the
Yeah.
bat, I was.
It does look like a dog dropped something off. It does.
Y'all, Edgar's Bakery did a great job.
They did.
And only y'all would think that.
Only us.
It
Yes.
hit me. Yeah.
It's a bat and a glove. You're so bad. Sorry, Edgar.
Be sure Speedy's happy with your picture, though, before you post it.
Yeah,
Oh, now we're at that.
Did you see what I did?
Hey, oh, yeah, I saw what you did.
Check my
Jerk.
Instagram.
Next time I'm just gonna take pictures of y'all and y'all don't even know it.
Well, you do
I
all the
think you
time.
do all the time.
Well, I forgot. Dang it.
That's right.
But JC said that he's on the Tubers chat room right now, and they're all having a good time about it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just looked. See, my view when I looked through this little area, that's all I saw was the
Right.
bat and
There
the
it
glove
is.
laying there.
There it is. Look, the bat and a
no,
glove.
from above, it looks absolutely
From your angle, Rick, it does look like a dog laid one.
Yeah,
it does.
yeah. So you're on the
Well,
sidelines.
that
You need to be
probably
in the
wouldn't be
bleachers.
on a birthday cake.
No,
I mean,
probably
you just had
not.
to
No,
Unless it was Greg's.
You look down on this cake and you got your happening baseball field.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic.
It
You got
does.
a big old bat and a glove laying over there. From my side over here, I was wondering if somebody brought a pet through. But
yeah, those cake artists, they're pretty good.
No, they really are.
They're
They
pretty
really
good.
are.
Look at that.
How about it? Look at that.
Bases were loaded.
That's good right there.
I
Happy
love
birthday,
it.
Speedy. 53.
Yeah,
Speedy, I
thank
can't
you.
believe you're 53.
I know.
Man.
Golly.
Huh? What do you think about that?
That's a lot.
Yeah. That's
Are you getting all your AAERP or whatever
Yeah.
they call it in the mail? now?
ARP, yeah, I get that in the mail.
Effective radiator.
I get it in the
They
mail.
sent you your colon test box yet?
Yeah, yeah.
Got all that.
You know,
That's a real downer.
I never thought I would do this because I used to hear my dad say it, where
Especially mailing it off.
he would forget how old he is.
Yeah.
And I have to ask Terry something. How old am I? Because she'll,
Right.
oh no, you're 50, two, about to be 53, whatever. I forgot how old I was.
Yeah.
I was off of you.
Yeah, you're in that mode now where you're in that
Yeah.
51, 52, 53, 54. Now that really,
Yeah.
it all just kind of clicks along.
Yeah, I put on my Instagram story y'all's posts just so I'm just embracing it.
That's not a bad
And then
picture.
I just cut a little
Are you
video
smiling?
with Helmsy and
You're
Greg
smiling.
in the break room.
You're smiling. You look great.
You're happy?
Yeah. Celebrating your
At
birthday.
53, to be
53.
happy, that's something.
Did y'all
Yeah.
celebrate this weekend at all?
Yeah, everybody was at the house last night, and we had a little get together. Terry made some dinner, and our day kind of got thrown up in the air with that flat tire I was talking about during the kickoff hour. But we settled in a little bit later, had dinner, and they gave me a little.
All right, can I ask you something? 'Cause
Birthday cake,
Didn't you have
birthday
flat tire?
present.
I was
going
going
to
to tell you about that.
What is this, flat tire weekend?
That's what's
Yeah.
weird. All right, so let me ask you this, then I'll tell you what happened.
Uh-huh.
When I heard the story in the kickoff hour, me coming out of the truck into the studio,
Yeah.
I never heard why they couldn't get that last deal off.
Lug nut.
The last
it was
lug nut.
something. The tip of it was spinning, but the actual lug nut was not.
Did they ever get it off?
Yeah, we had to take it to a tire place, and they professionally took it off and had the equipment, got up under it, and was able to get it off. And then he got 4 new tires out of it. But yeah, it was quite an afternoon.
Y'all know that I'm a Hendrick driver, and so I'm driving, loving it, the Ram 1500 with a lift kit. And people are coming over all the time because I don't know much about cars, and they're constantly commenting on the setup, the lift. They're commenting on the tires and the wheels, and it's really a sharp vehicle according to people that know vehicles, and they're always asking me about it. Well, I did find out one thing though. If you've got all that on your vehicle and you have a flat, you don't do what you do because that's never on the table. You don't even try I need to change this tire because you can't, because the spare is no good to you.
Right.
Because now the truck you can't do that. I mean, the spare is so small compared to the tires that are on there. I think they're 22-inch tires.
Ooh.
So I was riding, and you know how let's face it, and everybody knows, I'm glad we have all the technology on vehicles and all that, but some of it's oversensitive. So if you can't park your vehicle in a garage, which you can't with the height that it is, so if it's outside, if the temperature drops,
you get tire pressure warning.
The sensors on your tire pressure will tell you need air in your tire when you really don't, because it's just the changing of the weather. Well, so I'm accustomed to that warning coming up and not paying attention to it, because things had gone from cold back to warm. So I thought, well, looks like everybody's moving back up to 36 PSI here. Everybody's at 34, but over here on left back, it's in the 20s. And I thought, well, now the 20s. I hadn't seen it in the 20s. Then I'm like, and of course my first thought was, because I had to be somewhere, and then all of a sudden 18, 17, and I'm like, Houston,
We have a problem.
We have a problem.
Uh-oh.
So luckily, I was very close to a oil change place, and I just pulled up and said, "Hey man, can you come check the air on this thing?" And he's like, "Yeah, you got a problem." Well, they started putting water on it and all that, and they couldn't find the leak, and they said, "Pull in here and let's get under it." Back to that, and you know what you don't want to hear, because you think maybe we can plug it, or
Yeah.
what you don't want to hear is the people now down in the pit. Oh man,
Yeah.
there it is.
You don't want that.
Hey, there it is. An Allen wrench.
What?
There was some Allen wrench laying out on the road or whatever, had come up off the and on the inside had punctured it, and the Allen wrench was sticking all the way up out of it.
Oh my gracious.
And so that
So, you know, that's so odd, because if you tried to roll over an Allen wrench
Right.
and stick it in a tire, you try all day, you couldn't get it to do it.
So that was one of those things. Unlike your drama, see, my decisions were quick.
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do here.
Right.
And so
Can't save this.
So Hendrick came and got it, which was very, very kind. They brought me another truck.
Okay.
Okay.
So
This makes okay. I
Yeah.
got a little bit of questioning yesterday in regard. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah,
Okay.
and of course they had a truck for me there. So Sherry, they came and got the truck. Sherry took me to where we were going. We finished that. She took me to Hendrick. They had a truck waiting on me, so I got in that. So
Nice.
now Lift Kit's over there getting a new tire.
Okay.
But it was so quick. In that situation, you go, well, you got to call somebody on this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, the final 10 shows from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport counting today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Gift number 3 coming up today on the program at some point in the 12 working days of Christmas. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged. And let me just say we're having a yummy Christmas time.
All right, you know how I like to counter when you feel hopeless with being hopeful.
That's right.
Okay, because we don't like to stay down in that negative long. You know,
It is hard nowadays, Rick. It's like
you're
quicksand.
You're right. So we heard a troubling story from Kentucky where a father, holding back tears, said that his wife was curling with a curling iron his son's hair, not a daughter, a son. Then all these moms start calling in saying this is some TikTok hairdo, and that young males everywhere are asking their mamas to help them curl their hair with curling irons and things of this nature. 2 problems here. The fact that there's males using curling irons, period. Second is apparently I need mama to fix my hair as if I was her daughter, not her son. Well, I would like to thank Lindsay for helping, and we may hear from another woman here who may have similar things to say who brought breakfast today. But this is from Lindsay, a listener of the show. Rick and Bubba, thank you for shining a light on this trend, in quotations, of moms helping their sons curling their hair for school. I've done hair for 15-plus years, and my son wanted a perm. I denied that request. He requested I help him curl his hair. I denied that request. We have the products. He can do what he wants to with his hair, but I told him that I would not be fixing his hair under any circumstances because that's something he needs to learn to do on his own. I will not be blamed for his DA idea, and I will not go to lengths to make him look ridiculous, even if it's to impress the opposite sex. I will not be part of it. There's a mama right there.
That's somebody right there.
That's a mama right there. That's a mama that says no.
Thank you, Mama.
Well, just because
Thank you, Mama.
No.
Thank you, Mama. So today we're enjoying the delicious food from Appleland Farms. This ham and these sweet potato dumplings and this delicious sauce on the ham. As we said, when the ham came in, it's a good day to be a Gentile.
Oh, buddy.
And Anna Hickenbotham is with Apple Lane Farms. They advertise with us there in Huntsville. And Anna, you have a history with the show. First of all, your commentary. We thank you for the breakfast, but I saw you making facial expressions when the curling iron stuff was coming in.
Yes. Well, I did want to say David wanted to come down with me today, but he had to stay home and curl Banks's hair before preschool. So one of us had to stay at home with the kids.
And there you go.
Yeah.
So you mentioned your husband,
Yes.
and you and your husband have quite the thank you, Rick and Bubba, don't you?
I mean, it's a Rick and Bubba love story, the best story of all. So yes.
Helms, you wasn't even with us when
I don't
all
think
this
so.
happened. was
No,
it? Greg,
it was
I don't think
many
Greg was
moons
either.
ago.
Yeah. So
long
tell
time ago.
since there's been so much turnover in the office. There's going to be a lot of turnover with the office, with the audience. You can tell that the new office move is on my mind.
Right.
There's nothing to.
We'll
move.
get it together next year. Trust me.
Yeah. How about this? Moving your business from one location to another where you've been for 14 years, no big deal.
No. Smooth transition.
You're still trying to do what you do.
Yes.
Every time I open a drawer or open a closet, I go, well, look at there.
Something else.
I wonder what this stuff is.
Yes.
But anyway, so you and your husband actually can thank the Rick and Bubba Show for being married.
That is correct.
And
100%.
So tell the audience what happened.
So many years ago, David and I came down, had lunch with you guys, kind of started our relationship off with y'all, and we dated several years, and then, like most successful couples, we busted up.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah.
I was at Alabama, and he was still in Decatur. And that next year, or the year we were broken up, he decided to come down here for his visit, and he didn't have me with him.
Right.
So when he walked
listen to
in,
this, listen
when
to
he
this.
walked in, Bubba goes, "Hey, where's Anna?" And he brought his buddy with him instead of me. And he said, "Oh, we broke up." And he was like, "Dude, what are you doing? Like, get up here. what is happening? So I have no idea any of this is going on. I'm at work. Y'all almost got me fired that day. But
well, get in line on that. That's
right.
We've done that for many people.
Yes, many people probably share the same story. I have no clue he's down here. We're not speaking to each other. He comes on air. Y'all start grilling him. What happened? What happened? You got to fix this. You look like a sad puppy. What have you done? Call her right now. We got to fix it. You got to fix it right now. And I will say, bless his little bones, he towed the line. If it had been me, I'd have sang like a canary on him. But he did not. He didn't dump me under the bus or anything. So y'all start calling my phone. Okay. I am at the time working for Huntsville Hospital. I'm doing a health fair out at the Arsenal. Mm-hmm. No clue he's down there. Phone's up under the table. No idea any of this is going on. Take a quick break. Go to check my phone. I've got 78 missed phone calls. I'm like, oh, somebody's died. Somebody has died. Right. People I have not heard from in years are calling me. And the phone was ringing, and I answered, and I said, hello? And one of my friends said, Anna, David is on Rick and Bubba, and he's talking about your breakup. And I went, what?
Oh, yeah.
So then I'm thinking, I'm going to cut him up and put him in a freezer somewhere. Like
Right. You're so mad.
So I call him. It was in between one of the breaks. Like I said, we had not spoken during this time.
So how long had it been?
We broke
Months,
up.
wasn't it?
Yeah, we had been broken up about, I don't know, 8 or 9 months.
Wow, almost a year.
Yeah. And so, I had no idea what he was doing. And I thought he had just, I didn't know what he was saying. So called him, chewed him up one side and down the other. But then he said, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything bad. Nothing. And from then on, that kind of started. I went back and listened to it, and he didn't dump me under the bus. He could have, but that
he kind of threw himself on the bus.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He did. He is good like that. So that kind of started our dialogue again, and then we got back together, got married. 15 years later, 2 children. Here we are. Rick and Bubba love story.
There it is.
There it is.
The butterfly effect, right there, Russ.
Yes.
How about that?
And we needed that win because we'd had a reputation at the time
Right.
that we were really good at destroying relationships.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of intern datings came here to die.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, this used to be the place where relationships come to die.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're one of our few success stories.
Well, I'm glad it worked out.
It's the reason why that we talk about your story, because you're kind of in a category that we don't have many others.
Right. Right.
So we like to highlight it.
Yes. Stick with the highlights for sure.
But I remember when David come in, because we thought, honestly, we thought he'd really outkicked his coverage, and that he had fumbled this somehow.
Well, we just we knew that you guys had something that maybe y'all couldn't even see.
Yes.
So that's right. All we did is set the table, and of course, love did the rest.
That's right. That's right.
Love, we made the call, but Love answered the phone.
That's So, hello to David. Take care of the kids, curling your son's hair.
Yes.
That's not happening.
No. Never.
And thank you for thinking of us when you're working for this great company.
Anytime.
That's right.
Yeah.
Glad to do it.
It was good. The food's delicious. And David, hope you're doing well too, buddy. Come back and see us. We'll be back 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Winter can put a freeze on your finances.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, covering the stories today, taking your phone calls, third gift of Christmas available. If you haven't heard or seen the latest edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, it's available now. It has dropped, and getting feedback already from the weekend. We talked to former FBI specialist James Big Jim Brandt, and he's talking about gun safety and some of the stories involving weapons, and it's really a great informative podcast. I think the one that I love the most was a guy who sent me an email over the weekend. He said, listening to this guy, I feel like that his blood pressure would not even raise if he had to cut my throat. And
he's pretty laid back. Isn't he?
Yeah, I had to take out a couple of bad guys. But anyway, so Bubba, we have to correct something that, believe it or not, I think there may have been an opportunity here to rebel rouse Dicky Nadmeyer, who we talked to at the top of the last hour. But there was a comment made about Bo Nix in Auburn, which appears to be incorrect.
Yes, there was a comment made in that. I'm not even sure really how it got worked in, that Bo Nix had said he's coming back to Auburn. And we have heard from a family connection that has not been decided yet. So
right, yeah.
Just wanted to correct that misinformation.
Yeah, I think Speedy or somebody said to Dicky, well, Bo's announced he's coming back to Auburn.
Yeah.
And that I don't know where that came from, but
no. I'm sorry. I was just having fun with Dicky, and I also saw it on Twitter.
Okay. Well, if it's on Twitter, it has to be true.
Yeah.
So
I thought what a great time to mess with Dicky.
I think it's
Nadmeyer.
interesting that the family's very adamant about that.
Yeah, I'd make a note of that.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, I think they just want to be factually correct.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to
just write that down.
You don't want to hear we're back, we're not,
Right.
and all that.
Well, maybe now I want him to get into the Jack State room. All
Hey,
right,
can I make a comment? If we have this much influence, can I talk to Coach Harsin a minute? Joe Brady, who was the LSU offensive coordinator that left and went to the NFL, has been fired
by the Panthers.
Hey, go out and hire him. If you need an they haven't solved that issue yet, have they? They haven't hired a new OC. If you hadn't, let's go look at him.
Mm-hmm.
Since we have so much influence here, on what we say in regards to Auburn football.
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah.
Apparently, we got a couple married a minute ago.
Sure.
All right, so
yeah, wow.
So which
we're just working for a better tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to try to figure out this Joel Osteen story.
Okay. It's a good one.
It is.
This is the most bizarre. Okay, so I'm going to see if I have it right. So police have questioned Joel Osteen after bags and bags of cash and checks were found in a bathroom wall by a plumber that was working at the gigantic Lakewood Church, former home of the Astros, right? Wasn't that where they always all the Houston teams used to play?
No, it wasn't the
Or the
Astros.
basketball
It was
The basketball team.
Yeah.
The
It
Rockets.
was one of them. Yeah, the basketball.
It was one of the arenas there. So the plumber was called to the church on November the 10th to remove some insulation and found about 500 envelopes of money. He was held at the church for 7 hours as Houston police began investigating the situation. The discovery comes, and this is where there's some confusion. It's not that $600,000 was behind the toilet. Now, there's a lot. The discovery comes 7 years after $600,000 worth of donations were stolen from the church, which is the biggest in the country, the church.
Yeah, I remember that story.
So Osteen has been questioned. The plumber, the press only has his first name, Justin, but he did call into
the plumber.
He did call into a radio show.
Well, you better be careful
and
doing
told,
that.
I told them about the shocking discovery. He was called to fix a broken toilet.
Please look at that picture.
Yeah, that's
wow.
By the way, is it true? Kind of like we were talking about. Of course, we don't have near the golden ticket seats that Osteen has seats at his church.
No, we don't.
But and again, you don't know this. I mean, it could have been the same source that said Bo Nix says he's staying at Auburn.
In Speedy's defense, I have found several places where you would think, "Wow, this is legit."
Right. Yeah.
That this is out there.
Well.
I got mine from Bubba.
But what I was told, because there's only so many seats you can have at the arena.
I told you to buy a Tesla.
And Osteen packs them out. That you to get a seat, it's not a lot of money, but you actually have to reserve it almost, and there's a slight surcharge for a ticket.
Yeah,
is that true?
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter, but this story is true that this money. They're not, but they're saying about 500 envelopes, but they're not telling us
how much money it is that was actually found.
Rick, what I think happened, someone stole this a long time ago.
Right.
Either got nervous or decided to back out or was going to go back later and get it, hid it in a bathroom, and either decided they didn't want it, forgot about it, something happened to them, maybe they died or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you're stealing from a church, you have to put that on the list. Thought y'all give me more on that.
Right. You got somebody dying.
Yeah, and yeah. So, how does this even happen? And it's been, how many years has it been there now?
Let's see, was it 2014 that it went missing? That they had the money stolen?
No, I don't know, but
I remember this 2014.
allegedly, I heard that Joel Osteen said, "Are the checks still good?"
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, somebody, the thing about that though,
Speedy told me that.
If he named and claimed the 600,000, wouldn't it just come back? But anyway, so and I think it did. I mean, they don't have a money problem there. But I'm with you. I guess this is the person. You think the plan was, I'm on the inside at Lakewood, I've got it, I'm gonna hide it.
You can't walk out the door,
right?
with it.
And never went back to get it.
Well, like I say, you don't know.
Maybe got fired. Maybe got removed for other things.
Worse things have happened to people that said they sold their land and gave the money to the church, Rick.
Oh, buddy. Acts chapter 5, Ananias and Sapphira. By the way, wow, that's a story that we all need to read more.
We could assume that whoever did this, something might have happened to them. They didn't go back. They got cold feet, felt better, decided not to go get it or whatever. I don't know.
So
it's still a mystery, though.
There's about 52,000 attendees across multiple services per week at Lakewood. So but they never tell us how much money it was, and right now they're just trying to figure out why was this money behind the toilet. But it's got
obviously somebody took it and then stashed it.
Yeah.
It looks like it's $200,000 in cash and $400,000 in checks, and that money came from contributions that were given on March 8th and March 9th of 2014.
So this is the money that they've been looking for.
That's what it's looking like.
Yeah. Wow. So it is $600,000.
Wow.
Hello.
That is crazy.
It is. I'm not trying to tell the criminal what to do, but the check thing's gonna be hard on you. Just keep the cash. You're gonna have a hard
It
time.
does make you want to go look behind your toilet, though, doesn't it?
Well, it does, and that would never happen.
Quick look,
right?
Yeah.
So what happens in all this?
You know what? If I went and found a secret compartment behind my toilet and looked in it, I probably got a bill in there.
That's exactly what happened to me. Something that I owed and didn't pay, and they're coming to get it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Ashland, Alabama. Ashland, Alabama, and surrounding areas. We've had a great history with all of you in that wonderful area of our state and our country. Tonight, Lee Moore from themanchurch.com. If you've been wondering about implementing this strategy with the men's ministry of your church and community, Lee Moore will be at Olive Branch Baptist Church tonight. It's an opportunity for you to come and hear the whole presentation on how it works. I know the entire one of the associations in that area, all those churches have been invited. Lee will be there tonight to show you how the strategy works. He'll also have a message for all the men that will be attending. It'll be your chance to find out about the strategy, plug into the strategy with Lee Moore tonight, Olive Branch Baptist Church, Ashland, Alabama. Make plans to go see him. There's no charge or anything for that. Just be there to enjoy the evening together with those men and that association, and Lee Moore from themanchurch.com. Bubba, I know that we've got a number of things to do going forward on the program today.
Wait a minute.
What in the world? What in the world? What in the world?
Jingle bells.
Yep.
Jingle bells.
There it is.
Jingle all the way.
There's what you've been waiting on today. The sign that it's time to call for the 12 working days of Christmas. You hear the Hallelujah chorus, and then the late Mark Phillips singing Jingle Bells for us. If you are interested in finding out about Mark Phillips and his music, markphillipsmusic.com has been updated by the daughters. And Mark, at times, was a great artist, but made it very difficult to get his stuff. But now the daughters have gone in after he's gone on into the presence of our Lord and Savior. And if you want all things Mark Phillips, his website has been updated. There's links for all of his music, videos, and things of that nature at markphillipsmusic.com. I appreciate the daughters reaching out to my wife, Sherry, and letting us know that. So, Bubba, what is gift number 3 today?
Rick, we are going to be giving away today an Echo Show. This is the second generation, the Alexa product that basically is your personal assistant with a screen.
So
this is the second generation, as I mentioned, and it has a $129 retail value.
All right, so this is gift 3. Ryan Hubbard won gift 1. Colby Chambers gift 2. So let's talk about. We've done caller 25. We've done caller 28. And I don't even remember why 28 years of Rick and Bubba.
Right.
So anything kind of fire you up today?
I'm kind of open. I'm game. Whatever y'all want to do. Hams, you got something in mind?
Yeah.
You're grinning over there.
I was laughing at y'all in the Toys for Tots.
Yeah.
That's always good.
It's Rick.
Commercial.
I mean, it's Speedy's 53rd birthday.
Oh, I like that.
There we go.
I like that.
All
That's
right, caller
good.
53. That's a good idea, Mr. Buzz.
Good job, Bubsy.
That's a good. Even made Speedy smile awkwardly again.
That's the ham talking.
It's the ham and the birthday cake. They work miracles.
So caller 53, you will win gift number 3, which is the Amazon Echo 8 second generation smart display with Alexa.
There you go.
I don't know why, but we also know it's glacier white.
That's right. Well, you want it to match your decor.
So caller 53. So
this is really a cool device too. I mean, these things work so good now.
Caller 1, caller 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You know, I had one in my office. Y'all kept screaming
12,
through the door ordering
13, 14, 15,
cut it off.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Y'all know how many pairs of underwear y'all ordered from me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 40. All right, so 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. All right, so 51, 52, 53, 54.
What?
Rick. Oh, I went past it, didn't I?
Oh, my gosh, Rick. Oh, my gosh.
I was going all the
Well,
way
just take the next one.
I'll go out to 100. All right, let's go.
Yeah, just do that.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jeremy from Leeds.
Jeremy from Leeds. You did it. You're the winner. We don't know what number you are. But you're the winner. Jeremy. For
some reason, I thought Speedy was 55. Here we go.
53, 54.
I knew it was Speedy's birthday. I just thought it was 55. So anyway, congratulations, my brother. Bubba, tell him what he's won.
Rick, he's won the Amazon, I can't talk now, Amazon Echo 8 second generation smart display with Alexa.
Can we just start over? Let's just start over, please.
Glacier White.
There's never been a year-ender that was more needed.
Listen, I promise y'all we'll get it together next year.
We'll try it.
We need a little break.
It's a new beginning.
Not when we first get back, because we'll be in a new studio and we won't know how to operate it.
That's all right. I think we need the change.
I do too. We need some new scenery. This studio that I once loved has now become a prison. All right. So again, what's your name from Leeds? I forgot your name. Jeremy. How long you been listening to Rick and Bubba?
Jeremy. Sorry, Jeremy.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, how long you been listening, Jeremy?
Almost the whole time, probably 25 years maybe.
I love it. All right, we're going to put you on hold, get your information. We'll ship it right out to you, okay, buddy?
Thank you.
Thanks for playing. All right, here we go. What happened? What happened there? Okay. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name?
Bryant.
Say it again.
Bryant.
Brian, how about you?
Bryant, you're one too many.
You missed it by one call.
We can't exactly tell you the number because we're not sure.
Yeah.
That was the actual number.
What's that?
I was supposed to win it, but you messed up, Rick.
Oh, yeah, right.
Can't have enough.
Right, go check a toilet. I got some money back there behind it.
If Speedy just been 55, Bryant, you would have won.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is Rachel. I'm calling from Helena.
Hey, Rachel, you were 2 callers off.
Oh, we don't know what the number is, but it was too many.
Did you ever get in?
Every year. I try every year. This is the closest I've ever been.
Oh, really? Okay, so usually it's never even close.
No.
You got like 9 more days to try.
Yeah, there's more gifts coming. We got more gifts coming. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is really we're coming apart, aren't we? I mean, I've known it, and I've struggled to keep it on the road. You know, what it is like I said, this studio and the show. You've seen those planes where, and the guy said, "Look, just straighten it up, straighten it. We're trying to land it."
Keep the nose up. Keep the nose
up.
up.
In my mind, we're going to have no problem touching it down smoothly. I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
You know, because
Rick, I think the move is what's thrown us off because we're just used to, everything being in the same place. When you get older, changing things can mess you up.
You know how you miscalculate? We've all known this happen when the coach pulls one on you. Now, this is not the case here because I should know this. I'm just telling you where I am as an analogy, okay? Yeah. I do know when the year-ender is, but I'm just using an analogy, okay? You ever been to that deal where you think there's 3 sprints left, but he's holding? You really have more than that?
Yeah.
And you have paced yourself to make it with 3 sprints left, and you hit the third one, he screams, "One more?"
Yeah.
And you're like,
"Oh, no more."
I didn't leave anything to the tank.
I think the state we're in, if Friday was the year-ender, we'd be fine.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah.
We actually have this week and then one more.
Correct.
And I'm not sure we've paced ourselves for that. Yeah. I think we've paced ourselves 1 week short.
Yeah.
And so that last 5 days, I can't promise anything.
It's going to be a doozy.
There's no telling what happens. I mean, at some point, like on this right here, basically I just turned into Moultrie before your very eyes. Be the caller that Rick eventually answers.
Yeah.
You know it?
We said 53, but it may not be.
Right. Well,
you know what? That's a goal.
Here's the thing.
We may land a little short of the runway or a little long.
Do you know that I just transitioned to Speedy 153?
I know.
And I'll tell you what it was.
54?
Can I tell you what
Where
it
are
is?
we going?
No. Let me tell you what it is. When people say, now, look, there was a day when he could do this, it wouldn't be a problem. I'm at the point now, the talking while I'm counting, I can't. I used to could push through that. I don't have the.
Well, I nearly stopped you at 50. Here's how off I am. I nearly stopped you at 50 because I wanted to hear the ones right before 53.
Yeah.
But then when you just blew through it, I thought, well, I must have the number right.
All right. Yeah.
It must not be 53.
Yeah, it must be all right then.
Must be something else.
It goes back to every dad in the world, and I remember the first time I heard this comedy bit, and this really is the way we are, and you just did that with me. You ever notice if your dad asks you if your mom knows about something and you say, yeah, mom's okay with it, he goes, well, it must be all right then.
Yeah.
You know, that you did that just saying, well, I think Rick's blowing past it. He must know what he's doing.
He must have a plan we're not aware
How
of.
about this? It must be all right. All right, we'll come back. There it is. Gift number 3 is gone.
Who was it to? Who won it, Rick?
Some guy out of Leeds. He's been listening about 25 years.
I want to say his name was Ryan, but I don't think that's right because that was the winner actually earlier in the week.
Oh, wow.
Jeremy.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
That was it. It was
Thank you, Greg.
It was
Because
Jeremy.
none of the rest of us could remember.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Merry Christmas and congratulations to Jeremy from Leeds, Alabama. He gets gift number 3 in the 12 working days of Christmas. CarShield, glad to have them with us. Let me tell you something. If you're under the CarShield, not only is there peace on earth this time of year, there's peace in that automobile. Because if that old light comes on and something's going down, what you do not want is for you to have issues with that automobile. And here you are rolling into the Christmas season. I mean, you're out there going gifts here, gifts there. Look at me be giving. And then, bam, you're hit with a $1,500, $3,000 repair. And you're like, didn't see that coming. So if you're under the CarShield, you know what you do? All right, let me get them with my ASE certified mechanic that I picked, and they'll work it out, and they'll get it handled. They'll do the paperwork. They'll cover the repair. If it's covered, then they pay them directly. You've got a rental car while you're down. You've got 24/7 roadside assistance, where you don't get in a situation like Speedy got into with the tire and all that. They come help you out. So why are you not under the CarShield? If you're in an automobile that has no warranty, you need to be under the CarShield and get a protection plan. Those CarShield cars go farther. 1-800-665-2157. Mention the code Bubba, or when you go to carshield.com, use the code Bubba, and that'll save you 10%. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so we're going to update a couple of stories. I'm getting some text here using the plane analogy. People are saying, watching the show right now, we believe that there really will be a blow-up doll that will eventually have to land the plane, like in the movie Airplane. But anyway, so that's funny.
I hope it doesn't have a leak.
A couple of things we do need to know about, and that is that what's still going to happen on the show today. I saw the report on Fox News. I didn't know what it was about, this vaccine database thing. About people angry that 80 Republicans voted for it and trying to get some explanation on what's going on. 130 of them didn't. And so Gary Palmer, one of those that did vote for this database thing, is going to come on the show, and we're going to ask him why he voted for it and why did 89 other Republicans with some very, very staunch conservatives in that 80, why did they feel one way when 130 Republicans felt a different way, and get some explanation on that. We'll just ask him directly and let him explain it.
Yeah, we had a caller that was mimicking some of the reports that were out there saying they all ought to be thrown out of office. And I wasn't aware of the vote. I went and looked at it, and I saw Gary Palmer had voted for it, and Mike Rogers, who we also know and have known for decades. And it just seemed very strange to me. Yeah, and we started then looking at some of the other people who'd voted for it. Dan Crenshaw from Texas, that many of you have seen on TV quite a bit. So it just didn't make sense that they had gone, quote, off the ranch with this vote.
Right.
So we started looking into it, and it's a more complicated issue. And we just thought, well, we'll just let Congressman Palmer come on and tell it. Yeah. And that's the best way to do it. Go straight to the horse's mouth.
Yeah, I've had some people that work there send me why these Republicans, and you saw that too, Bubba, why they think they needed to vote for it, and that it's actually a way to keep the Democrats from doing more damage with it. But we'll see. We'll get that from Gary and let him explain his point of view. And when he's done, you can still disagree. You can still say, I still don't like it. And that's fine. But we at least want to make that decision completely informed. Critical thinking, not tribalism, is what we're kind of hoping for. And I know that that's a lofty dream now in the times we're living in. I know we all have to be assigned our view on everything based on one way we may feel about one item. And that's really not the way we need to live. All right, so here's some other things that are happening. We have Chris Cuomo. He's now been fired.
He's out of there.
Yeah.
He's out of there. Now, he was kind of apologetic when it first happened, but now he's gone back and thought about it, and now he's mad. And he's saying that Jeff Zucker, the head of CNN, knew exactly what was going on the whole time, and he looks to be preparing to fight this now.
Well, here's what's interesting, too, this story that goes along with this. Did you see this? And this is brand new. On Saturday, we all knew this over the weekend, Cuomo was fired for the reasons Bubba just mentioned. But then days before, a new allegation of sexual harassment against the anchor himself emerged, not his brother, against him. And so then you get into the things you just mentioned about these allegations. So
So we'll see. So CNN might have said when that emerged, okay, we got this, now we got that. We got to distance ourselves from this guy.
You know, I saw, you know how dangerous when you see things online, and
sure.
you know, they're easy to repeat, sometimes hard to prove. I was going to ask y'all because I haven't had a chance to look into it today, but I saw a little blip on there about the number of CEOs that stepped down on the day the GMAX trial started. Have you seen that?
Interesting.
That appears to be very close to the time that the guy from Twitter stepped down. And according to this blip, there were several other CEOs that all stepped down the same day, and they were asking if that was a coincidence. So I don't know. So I'm just throwing that out for some of you sleuths that like to look up all that kind of stuff.
All right, since we have
several.
Yeah, since we're living in the times of which I don't agree with, by the way, no matter who it is, where we can go back in time, no matter how far back it was, and judge you by the standards of today and the information we have today, all the way back to when it happened, no matter when it was.
Right.
Now, I don't think that's the way.
You can go back 40 years.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
If that's the case, when this trial with Epstein's assistant or whatever she was,
just GMAX is what we've started calling it. It's easier to say.
If all of a sudden, like these things we're seeing now about the evidence that's rising about how much Bill Clinton and Epstein seem to spend time together, both in the White House and on the island, is there any way? Do you see in today's culture that this may produce enough information that Bill Clinton cancellations will begin, like things that are named after him?
You mean pulling down statues and things?
Yeah, because I always thought making him a hero for the plight of women was a bit of a stretch.
Rick,
I mean,
a huge stretch
with his buddy Ted Kennedy.
Yeah,
as they're out there trying to take care of women, but always found that odd. But if but there's a lot of things. I mean, because when we started the Me Too thing, which I. As far as the premise of women and their voices need to be heard, I certainly agree with that. But we went to the point now where this was moving up. If you were treated women inappropriately, it's moving up into a cancel offense.
Well, that story came out.
Does Bill Clinton ever get canceled?
That story came out at the end of the week, Thursday, Friday last week. And I thought the same thing you did. I thought, will they be more blowback toward the Clintons over this? And I thought, if there is, we'll know because Hillary will go on the offensive. Right. What did I see she's doing this week?
Is that her rolling something by the
Somebody is rolling a giant cart by. Sounds like an airplane landing.
Yeah.
She is doing a sit-down, I think, with one of the ABC news anchors.
Really?
For a one-on-one, never before heard. Okay. She's actually going to share the speech that she was going to give if she'd have won and become president that she never got to read.
Really?
That's what the promo said. So I thought, you know what?
Right.
If Hillary's rolling out there trying to do a PR campaign without Bill, the water may be getting a little hot there at the old Clinton. What do they call it? The Clinton Global Initiative Fund or whatever.
Yeah. What is that thing called?
Some people call it a crime family.
Right. Yeah. Go fix one of those toilets. Look behind that wall.
In relation to what Bubba was talking about earlier, I did see this being passed around too. The first day of the GMAX trial, the CEO of Twitter resigned, CEO of Walmart, CEO of CNBC, but it was just the CEO of Twitter. Those other two did not occur.
Okay. So that was the internet.
And Jack Dorsey is actually just moving to take care of Square payments,
which
just
both of them own.
Exactly.
Right.
So he just kind of I don't think that has anything to do with it.
I'm telling y'all now more than ever, misinformation.
Well, so that's why you ask the question.
Yeah.
You throw it out there and dispel it.
You have to.
Rick and Bubba.
I don't believe in fairy tales. I guess I've outgrown them. But That doesn't mean I don't believe that there's something bigger than me. 'Cause I've seen it in a hospital room when the doctor said sorry. There's nothing more we can do. Well, it wasn't through. I've never seen a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I've got a promise I can hold in the middle of the struggle. God, if you said it, you'll perform it. May not be how I want you to, but here's what I'll do. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. I know you've ordered every step. Yeah, you are the author, and there's no predicting what is next. But you hold the future, and all the questions, they come second to the one I know is true. You've always been true. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. Wait on the Lord, wait on the Lord. He will renew your strength. So wait, I say, wait on the Lord, wait on the Lord. He will renew your strength. So wait, I say, I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. I'm gonna wait on the They that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings like an eagle and soar. They shall walk and not get weary. They shall run and not faint. That's what happens when you wait. Happens when you wait. They that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings like an eagle and soar. They shall walk and not get weary. They shall run and not faint. That's what happens when you wait. Happens when you wait. I'm gonna wait on you. I'm gonna wait on you. I've tasted your goodness. I'm trusting your promise. So wait on the Lord.
past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour has begun. Was born on Christmas Day to save. So wait, I stay. So, Gary Palmer will be with us bottom of the hour, one of the Republicans that voted for the vaccine database deal that upset many. He'll explain. Coming up bottom of the hour. So we got that. Also, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
All right, let's little COVID update. Our old friend, the pandemic. Confusion everywhere you go, hard to follow. Some of the Delta variant people mad that Omicron is getting too much publicity. Omicron. So we'll update you on that with a couple of comments. So, Bubba, let's start with Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah is the host of Comedy Central's Daily Show. So now you're hearing, the original vaccine, which doctors pointed out early, was designed for the alpha, and it certainly, hopefully, makes your risk of hospitalization and death. It's reduced that no matter what. Let's hope that all looks to be the case, and let's hope that does. There's always exceptions. Then we got into the Delta variant. We realized, it's a little leaky. You certainly can still test positive and get the variant. Then here comes Omicron. Is that right?
Omicron.
Here comes Omicron. We don't know about it. Now there's boosters. Omicron. Here a booster, there a booster. Might need a booster. Hey, we need to start working on a new vaccine. You heard that over the weekend.
Yep.
And so here is Trevor Noah on Comedy Central talking about, looks like, the never-ending vaccines and boosters. Here we go.
On the one hand, almost all the Omicron cases have been mild so far. But on the other hand, the guy who stands to gain millions of dollars from new vaccines says we need new vaccines. If we don't make a new vaccine, this disease could be with us forever. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Now, look, I'm not saying that the CEO of Moderna is lying. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying I don't think he's the most objective source on this topic. I'll wait to hear what neutral experts say about a new vaccine. People like public health officials or the CEO of Johnson & Johnson. He's got nothing to gain because nobody's going to buy his vaccines either way. So I trust him.
That's funny. Well, to his point, I can't believe what I'm about to hear. The high priest of health, Fauci, is downplaying the new variant a little bit, which, so he doesn't seem to be building the hysteria I think Trevor Noah was talking about.
I think the Fauci realizes that there is a certain burnout factor on the public, and he's pushed the gas pedal too many times.
Right. So,
I think he may regroup and come back and see us in January when he's got him a new vaccine ready to go.
Right. He does say that it's too early to really make any definitive statements, even though he'll make a definitive statement in a second.
I started to say we had a lot of definitive moments that we didn't need to have before.
Correct. So here he is on the new variant.
In South Africa, Omicron has a transmission advantage because if you look at the number of cases now, they were very much at a low level. Then they had almost a vertical spike upwards, which is almost exclusively Omicron. Thus far, though it's too early to really make any definitive statements about it, thus far it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it.
So, I hate I hate to be, this person, but now because of all we've been through, every time I hear anyone say anything, I wonder what their angle is.
Yeah, well, yeah,
I know,
and you know what?
And I don't want to live that way.
That's critical thinking, which is okay.
Right.
It's okay to ask the question, but I think once evidence is in on things, it's okay to make a decision.
Yep.
Or if the evidence is not conclusive, it's also okay to say that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with saying there's a new variant, but it looks like it's less severe
and I think we'll push through it fine no matter what we do. Nothing wrong with that. It's okay to calm people's hysteria from time to time, and hopefully that's, as you said, he's learning that there's only so many times I can crank this, or he's the bottom line is, I think, and this is going to be a weird statement, but I want you to hear what I'm saying because it might sound different on the surface, but really think about what I'm saying. I think the best indicator of the truth involving all of this and this COVID-19, SARS, whatever you're supposed to call it, that houses all of these different variants, that probably the truth of what's going on is what's actually happening.
It's a little slower to get to us, but you can find that eventually.
Yeah, just look and see what really happens.
We kind of breezed over it last week when the word Omicron first made the scene. We mentioned that the naming people who named these things, they were using the Greek alphabet, and they skipped over mu, nu, and xi, or how would you say that? Z? Z-E-I? To get to Omicron. How'd you?
Omicron. Dr. Fauci called it Omicron. I've heard Omicron too, but Fauci says Omicron. I'm going Omicron.
All right.
And the fact that those were skipped over because they bared very close relationships to China,
right?
Yeah,
and Chinese culture, and even the president of China.
Kind of makes you question the old who again, doesn't it?
Well, it looks like the World Health Organization's up to their armpits in politics again when it ought to be science.
Right.
I do find it strange that one of the next ones we will see, probably first of the year, is going to be probably the one, Rick, I'll predict will get me, pie.
Pie. Yeah,
Do you think that they will come out and say they're not going to use pie because it's insensitive to all the fat people?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Probably not. Unless it's insensitive to Buddha, then maybe.
Right.
So, yeah, probably.
We have coming down the pipeline, we'll have pi, rho, which is the letter P, and then sigma. Sigma better known than a lot of these.
Yeah, I don't know the Greek alphabet. It just
No, I'm having to look at it here.
I never lived the Greek life or anything like that. And
well, I never lived in Greek.
No.
Greek.
No.
Greece.
Yeah.
Greece. For Greek.
Right. Yeah. Now I know those are in fraternities and
I
sororities.
lived near a creek one time.
Now, if you talk to anybody that was really involved in sororities and fraternities, they can go through the Greek alphabet for you, no problem.
Well, a lot of these are not very well known, but we're about to get into the ones I think everybody's used to hearing on campus is Sigma, Tau, Epsilon, Phi, all that, Psi, Omega.
Has the World Health Organization, because if you don't want people to think something, then you take it head on and you explain it.
Right.
Have they explained why they skipped all these letters to get down to?
I may have missed that one,
Omicron?
Rick. I hadn't seen nobody out there telling us about it.
Because some people say, now why are you skipping these letters? They not just say, well, I'll tell you why.
You would like for them to say, well, we already had a mu, a nu, and a Z or whatever, and this was just next. But it is funny that we skipped over the one that's spelled exactly like the president of China.
I'm sure that had nothing to do with it.
Right, nothing at all.
How many people is he their daddy? The NBA's one. All right, the NBA's one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the World Health Organization, there's two. Yeah, I mean, it's just and
I tell you who they don't own is the Women's Tennis Association, who is the only group standing up to China right now.
Well, remember
that one NBA player.
Yeah,
you had one NBA player. Did you see though? We've announced a boycott of the diplomats for the Beijing Olympics, and China's not happy about it. Now we're not stopping the athletes from going, which I think is always a mistake. I'm against athlete boycott.
We'll come back. Let's go phone trolling first. Pure phone troll of the day. We'll take yours at 866 We Be Big right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Lines are available. Let's go. Let's go. The lines are open. We want to talk to you if you got time at 866 We Be Big. You're running the show. So you're picking the topics, you're asking the questions, you're bringing the information to the table as we roll through another show. Gary Palmer, congressman with us, bottom of the hour, to talk about the what was it, Bubba? The bill they were working on.
Yeah, it was a vote
database.
for a
vaccine database.
A federal database is what we were told it was all about.
Yeah, so we'll look for that. 866 We Be Big. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. I told you tonight with themanchurch.com that Lee Moore will be at Olive Branch Baptist Church, Ashland, Alabama, and the whole association coming in tonight to hear him talk about the strategy. Other man churches coming up this month. First Baptist, I'm sorry, I missed that one. West Mobile Baptist coming up on December the 11th. Mark Garnett will be there for Man Church there at West Mobile. If y'all want to go by and see him, or as we call it, WeMo, like SEMO. And then on the 16th of December, Mac Brunson, pastor of Valleydale, and Mac and I have, I'm now under his spiritual authority, and a great teacher, preacher, and you will love him if you've never heard him before. First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama. That is also a man church as they get ready to roll into the next curriculum, which will be coming out in 2022. All that can be found at themanchurch.com. Just click on events. If you want to know what's going on with members of the Rick and Bubba Show, go to rickandbubba.com, look at upcoming events there, and you can start seeing things that we have on the schedule for 2022. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. To the phones we go. Chris in Alabama. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Well, my wife's wanting us to remodel the bathroom, and I told her, I said, I can do carpentry work and do some electrical work. What I need to do is get the contact information of the plumber that went out to Lakewood. He comes, let him do it. I can probably pay for the remodel and pay off our mortgage and the new truck, but if he has the same one at my house that he did there.
Oh, yeah. That's it. You're right. So, Bubba, what do you...
Boy, he's got a great story to tell, doesn't he?
Yeah, I know you don't know this. I don't know why I'm asking you this, but sometimes you'll know things like this that I don't think you're going to know. So, obviously, 2014, $600,000 was stolen from Lakewood.
Right.
All right, that's on record.
Yes.
That's why police came. Want to know what's going on. Where does this money come from?
Right.
Oh, we found it. Now, I know with the checks, they're long gone. But when I got $200,000 of cash, but I probably, are they insured? I mean, did Lakewood have some sort of insurance that covers that kind of?
I don't know if you can have.
What happens to the $200,000 in cash?
I don't know if you can have insurance on giving. Now, there's business insurance that people pay for disruption of income.
Yeah.
I really don't know about a church, Rick. That's totally different.
That's different.
But it's clear that somebody on the inside that had access to this took it.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
And then one or two things happened. They either were going to hide it and go back and get it later, or they panicked and thought, I'm caught, I can't get out, I'm going to hide it. Or they hid it and had a change of heart and didn't go back and get it, obviously. Yeah. So, some of that, but it goes back to that original crime. I don't think they've missed it, honestly.
No.
Doesn't look like.
No.
But it's a very... was D.B. Cooper at the church? What do you do? How do you solve it?
Who knows? This could be the greatest example of the prosperity gospel that you've ever seen.
Yeah.
The dude's checking in. Hey, dude. Welcome to Rick and Bubba, Sunny 105, Gulf Shores. Go ahead.
What's going on, Rick and Bubba?
Buddy.
Hey, Rick, will you be awarded some kind of special award at Taylor's athletic banquet for not coming to the ball game and letting them win a special?
Yeah, Rick was banned from the stadium.
Yeah, something like that.
I was banned, and at one time, and I thought he probably had a lot going on. Taylor texted me to see if I was watching it.
Yeah, I was worried that you were watching
Right,
it there.
yeah,
You
yeah.
kept giving updates. I said, oh, no, he's watching.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, I need to get some kind of, I did not mess up your championship award.
No, you didn't.
That's right. You need MVP for not showing up.
Yeah, that's right.
See, I stayed away.
I stayed away. Yeah. Let's go to Anonymous calling from parts unknown. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, guys, we watched a video over the weekend on Rumble.com. It was from the Eagle Forum of Alabama, and it was on the Great Reset, and they had a big section about the surveillance in China. And one thing that was so interesting was outside of public restrooms, they would use facial recognition and dispense you a certain amount of toilet paper, and that's all you could have for 9 minutes. And we were like, we would have to get friends together going, can you put your face up here and get me more?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Bill in Fultondale. Bill, go ahead. Oh, lost that one. Jerry Starkville, 96.1. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, I just thought it was coincidental you talked about getting an Allen wrench in your tire this weekend. I had a pair of pliers, and mine cost me $350 to place that tire.
Who's throwing tools out everywhere?
How in the world did you get them stuck in there?
I don't. It was stuck through the sidewall.
Just like mine.
You got a good guess as mine.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I don't. Who's throwing all these tools out? You know.
And how are the tires hitting them in such a way that they'll go in?
Yeah.
I promise you could lay those things on the road and run over them 1,000 times.
Never
Couldn't
do
get
it.
them to go in.
Well, the guys that were looking at my tire, they were like, I don't know how in the world this Allen wrench got turned the way it did. And
You couldn't believe it.
Big handle too. And I was needing to be somewhere.
I bet you were. Isn't that how it always
It
is?
was a huge handle.
That was our biggest concern was that the little tool that was stuck on his that we couldn't.
Well,
the last thing we wanted was that thing to come flying off.
And I hate to state the obvious here. You know, when you're meeting your wife somewhere, and you both have to be there. Having your own vehicle.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know.
I said at that point I now become her passenger. She can take me anywhere.
That's right.
Maybe a minute.
At her pace.
No. Oh yeah. Oh, I got to go do this. Oh, we got it over here. You know, now you can't get out. You know that there's that wonderful feeling. Hey, see you at the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that a great? Sometimes
It's a great feeling.
Yeah. But we did, by the way, go look at Christmas lights. So it turned out to be sweet. We did. Have y'all seen?
I love Christmas lights.
I'm not going to make the mistake that I'm not going to make the mistake.
Yeah, don't
Greg,
say
did
where.
you say overrated?
Yeah.
Now let's talk.
It's kind of like fireworks.
Let's
Once
talk
you've
in the
seen them,
break.
You've seen them all.
I got to talk to you in the break about something myself.
Okay.
I'm not going to mention it because then I'll never get to see it again. All right, let's go to Greg in Pell City. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, Biggins. How y'all doing this morning?
Fired up, drawn back, loving it.
Good, good. I got a question for y'all on this game check thing for the state of Alabama. When you take your deer to the deer processor, do you know that you have to have the confirmation number and everything now to have your deer processed?
Yes.
I had
Had to go through that last year.
opportunity to do this.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, we had to do it last year.
Yeah.
And I knew it was real because if the place that I get the meat done, if they require it, then everybody's got to do it.
That's right. That's it. Oh, well, you're doing it too.
And I was shocked. I rolled up. I said,
Must be serious.
Ain't no way David's got that up. And I look up, Mary, hey, you better have it. I'm like, oh, wow, if David's doing it, everybody's doing it. Trust me, if they check it in Chilton County, then everybody's got to do it.
Well, you know,
getting it off the app a little, you'd like to be a little bit
I was
smoother.
shocked when the more I started looking into the game and fish thing, how some of that was done a long time ago. Far as and when I say estimating, I'm using that term very loosely. Estimating how many deer were out there. I mean, they were using averages of guesses of averages, you know, and so this does give a better picture about what is out there and what's been taken.
Well, you really hate freedom, don't you?
No, I do hate government overstep. But it's
fair
boy,
enough.
some good data you're getting.
Right, yeah. Well,
that's the world I live in with everything.
Right. Bottom of the hour.
Since I don't hunt anymore, it doesn't matter.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Merry Christmas from the Rick and Bubba Show. 35 minutes past the hour. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show to help you make the right hire. When you are a small business like us and you got a hire that's you need to make, boy, it can be an asset or it can be a detriment. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba says, look, you got other things to worry about. Let us worry about vetting out those people that were really never qualified to begin with. You go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They'll talk to you about some screening questions with you on what you're looking for. Then they put your opportunity in front of the 770 million people that are on LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Then through these screening questions and these filters, they filter and prioritize who you really need to interview and make the right hire. They help you on making a good hire. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can post your first job for free just because you support this program. So do that right now by going to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right there in front of the, right there on the sponsors button. Click that. All right, so Gary Palmer, Congressman, is joining us. We apparently put him in a high chair, but he
had some chair problems.
Right. There we go. All right.
Speedy
So he's garnered the nickname over the weekend, Big Government Gary, so Gary Palmer. I probably, for obvious reasons, because I just can't do it anymore. I sit down and watch the news. If I wasn't doing this show, I probably wouldn't watch the news at all. But being on this show, because it's turned into 24/7, not very dependable. It's certainly, they all have different agendas that they're doing. It doesn't matter what you watch anymore. And you think to yourself, can I trust really what I'm hearing? But one night we sat down and Sherry said, well, let's check on the news and just get a little update. And I'm like, oh boy, I'm dreading this. So we're kicking around, and there was some stuff going on we're trying to get updates on. And Tucker Carlson looks into the camera, and he says, oh, by the way, 80 Republicans have voted for this vaccine database deal, and all 80 of them, I hope they all get removed from office the next time they come up for a vote. And so, I look at Sherry and I go, wow, that must be a big deal. I don't know what's going on with this. So I get to work, come back in the next day, and lo and behold, there's Gary's name on it. And somebody called in and said that you were on it, and started saying, well, here they go. It's just the Republicans selling us out again. And then we started looking at the list of Republicans who voted with you, and we were kind of like, well, this looks like a pretty conservative bunch here, and we know.
Well, one, we knew that was not your character.
Right.
We saw Mike Rogers on it, so that doesn't sound right. And then we saw Dan Crenshaw and go, well, it's something doesn't. The reports and the reality are not matching up. So we thought we'd go straight to the horse's mouth.
So you were there. You voted with it with 79 for it with 79 other Republicans. So tell us what is going on here, and then people can make their decision about it. At least they'll be informed.
It's a complete misrepresentation of what the bill was about. Some of these national so-called conservative groups came out and said this was setting up a new federal program to disclose individual information on their vaccine status, and that is not it at all. And I've got a copy of the bill here, and one key section says that it will maintain the security of standards to protect individually identifiable health information, the maintenance of security standards to protect individually identifiable health information. And it's not an appropriation. It's not a new program. It's not new money. The money was already appropriated back in March of this year. It's a grant program. All the money probably won't even get spent. It's for state, local governments, counties, tribal governments, health agencies on tribal reservations, and territorial agencies to apply for grants to update their data systems. And then the definition, and the definitions matter in a bill. It says in this section, the term immunization information system means a confidential, population-based, computerized database that records immunization doses. It's not about COVID. It's across the board. I don't know about you guys, but at our age, we're recommended to get shingles vaccinations, pneumonia vaccinations, flu vaccinations. Our kids, measles, rubella, that stuff.
MMR, all that.
Yeah, it's across the board. But yet, there were so-called conservative national news organizations put it out that this was creating a new federal program. And I want your listeners to understand, and you guys know this, I fought my rear end off fighting the mandates, and we're continuing to fight the mandates. I'm absolutely opposed to it, and I'm absolutely opposed to anyone having access to anyone's personal health information. So, and I'll say this. Let me add this, Bubba. People ask me, where do I get my news? I'm like you, Rick. Yeah. I don't listen to the national news. I try to get my colleagues to go home and get on local media because local media is more reliable. You know why? Because y'all live here.
Right. Yeah.
Clarify a little bit, because just the terminology, it sounds like a database to keep up with everybody, which you see there would be pushback on that kind of thing, especially right now. There's already, each state keeps a database of vaccinations anyway, right?
Right. It's aggregate information, though. It's not.
It's not. And what you mean by that? There's no name tied to it.
Yeah.
It's just numbers, right?
It's just numbers of doses. How many, or it might be something like how many 29-year-old males received a vaccination. How many 67-year-old males like me got a pneumonia shot?
Right.
It does not say.
So is COVID-19 involved in this tracking also? Is that vaccine?
Any vaccine, any immunization.
Yes, but all of them, right?
All of them, yeah.
All right, so try to, because this is another thing that when I started actually researching it and getting information from people who know, that you said this, the Democrats have passed a bill with the funding that's available, the grants, to modernize a lot of these systems in the different states and counties and all that. And what this bill was trying to do, that you and some of the other Republicans went with, is to establish the parameters and clarify the things that it does and doesn't do. When it was first put out, it was it could almost be made into anything. Is that true too? That you guys were trying to get? I think what was it said? There weren't any parameters when the Democrats put it out there, and this bill lays out in detail what it will mean to improve these systems.
There was no guidance.
Yeah, meaning y'all are making it to where they can't, during the improving of the system, make it into something that we wouldn't want.
Well,
you're clarifying what it can and can't do.
Yeah, if we passed a bill that gave anyone access to your health information, we would have to repeal HIPAA.
Right.
Because you're protected. And
seems like a lot of that's kind of been trampled anyway, hasn't it?
Well, I don't know how much of that is actually true. I don't know that anybody's knocked on anybody's door and said, you got to be vaccinated. Now, what's going on and what just came out of New York City today is dictatorial, and there's no question about it. And we're fighting the mandates.
Yeah. Well, in all fairness, the door-to-door thing doesn't help when the president says we'll have to go door-to-door. Now, I know that he didn't literally mean that, but he was at one time said,
I'm not sure he understood what he's saying.
Well, I think a lot of people view it that way, though, Gary, because, they've lost their jobs. We get email from people who've had to step down from healthcare jobs because they wouldn't be vaccinated. We've got people from the military that's retired.
Mm-hmm.
So let's clarify.
So in their world, I guess they see it as people going door to door, don't they? Wouldn't that how you would look at it?
Well, if you're getting a mandate put on you and you either do this or you lose your job, that's the kind of stuff. But you and these many of these other Republicans that voted for this with you, they have been very, very vocal against mandates.
Absolutely.
And this is not establishing, as it was presented when I saw the newscast,
a new way to keep up with it.
It's now the government is keeping up with your vaccines so they can know who's vaccinated for COVID and who's not.
First of all, it's not a new program.
Right.
That was totally false.
Right.
And I talked to somebody else in the media, and I made that point, and they said, well, we didn't read the bill. Okay. Right. But you know what?
Probably should.
Yeah, you've got all these people who listen to you, who read what you put out, who think it does because your headline said it did. Well, I apologize. There's enough bad stuff going on that we need to stick together on the fight, particularly with this administration.
Yep.
And specific to this administration, we cannot get sidetracked by our own side putting out bad information that might hurt our chance to get the majority back. Because when we get the majority back, there are going to be people come before our committees that we're going to hold accountable in these hearings, and we're going to confront these things that the Biden administration and some of these state and local guys have done, like Mayor de Blasio in New York, are going to have to give an account for.
Yeah, the midterm elections are huge.
Congressman,
Huge.
let me ask you this.
You want to come back? Let's do that.
Yeah, if it comes
We'll come
back.
Yeah, well, let's come
and
back.
I want to ask you about why only some Republicans voted for it if it was a good idea.
Right.
Why the big split?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what people want to know.
Yeah, so that we'll come back and we'll address that as well. Gary Palmer, a congressman representing Alabama's 6th district, with us talking about, and once again, we're having to try to clarify a lot of misinformation. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That will stop me from enjoying the Christmas spirit. Santa Claus has made his rounds and you can hear it. Listen to the children playing, they're having a good time. Don't you dare start the party without me. Sing your favorite Christmas carol while you're waiting. Family's doing well and I'm so glad to hear on the happiest day of the year. It's Christmas Day, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Joy to the world, put a smile on your face now. Open up your heart and celebrate the spirit. The good word is bad, and love will surely heal it. Family's doing well, and I'm so glad to hear on the happiest day of the year. Oh, it's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby. Baby, baby, baby. It's Christmas Day, baby.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Gift number 3 already been given away today. Tomorrow, gift number 4 will be on the old list to be given away, and it might as well go to you. So our Rick and Bubba Christmas list, we're rolling through it as we get to the big year-ender coming up on December the 17th, and that will be the last show in this studio. We come back in 2022 in a brand new studio. So
How about
Where you
that?
going?
Well, I'm not going to tell you because why you've been voting.
Well, how am I going to know how to find you?
That's our standard.
No, I'm
Do you
just
have
kidding.
a bunker somewhere?
Yes, we do. We need one, don't we?
With
We don't
meals
want
ready
to.
to
We don't want to
eat?
use the B word, Congressman, but you know
All
what
right.
we mean.
So this immunization bill that has
It's
started.
not an immunization bill.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to clarify because that may be what you were saying because we went to the break. 80 Republicans like you voted for this and explain why. 130 didn't. Is that right? Or something? Or is it 100, 101? 120. 120 didn't. And Bubba asked you going the break, and I think we may have answered the question when I brought up the name that it's being called. Why do you think they didn't go with y'all?
Because I think this bill had been out there for months.
Mm-hmm.
It was brought up as a suspension bill. I don't think there was a hearing on it. I just think it was so below the radar. And I think a lot of times you vote against bills just because it's a Democrat bill. But-
You know, I can see that strategy. I probably would be. That's probably my opening position on it. Yeah.
Probably based on
That's-
your email you wish you
Yeah,
did.
it's kind of like in the old days when if I didn't know an issue, I just looked at whatever Ted Kennedy said on it and I went opposite. You know, and I was usually in a pretty good place.
And you could do that all the time, but this was a bill that was a bipartisan bill
Right.
from the committee that I'm on, and I'm not on the subcommittee that it came out of. But Dr. Larry Bouchon, a Republican from Indiana, solid conservative, a cardiovascular surgeon, was the co-sponsor of this bill. So I don't know. I can't. I think sometimes that people make votes just because for political reasons. I try not to do that.
Right.
I try to do what's best for the people I represent and best for the country.
There's a concept.
Well,
yeah, that's.
and- but this is one that just got completely blown out of proportion, misrepresented, and I fully understand how sensitive people are to this. But I want to say for the record, and my record reflects it, that I'm one of the guys that is adamant about protecting people's rights and doing everything we can to fight the Biden administration.
Well, and in this,
and that's what we said when it was brought up. We said this, you know, people were calling saying, well, this was what it was about. And we said, well, we know Gary, we know Mike Rogers, we know Dan Crenshaw. They're not going to vote for that if that's what was in the bill. It just doesn't make sense. But I guess just a nutshell, you're saying bill came up, you're wanting to tighten up security on these systems. They needed money to do it. It was bipartisan initially. And you think some of the Republicans it was dead on arrival because there were more Democrats on it than Republicans, and they voted that way, and everybody went home.
And they saw the word vaccine or immunization.
Well, there's
and probably,
no vaccine.
Yeah,
Vaccine's not in it.
or whatever word. they ran for.
Immunization information systems.
Right. Yeah.
And the bill was going to pass regardless because we're outnumbered. But I don't know. I can't speak for other members. I just know that how I go about trying to do my job.
Right.
Trying to look at things where I think there are other problems, and we've got a huge problem with antiquated data systems. We got a huge problem with being vulnerable to being hacked. Your personal information is more vulnerable because of our antiquated data systems. And we're sending out, as I told y'all during the break, $175 billion per year. That was what went out in 2019, and it's going up every year in improper payments. All of your listeners are paying taxes. That's your tax dollars going down the drain. And over a 10-year period, if it stayed just $175 billion, that's $1.75 trillion that we're borrowing and paying interest on that's coming out of your tax dollars that's just wasted. And most of it is in health care.
Right.
Over $100 billion of it is related to health care.
Right. And so cleaning up some of these systems you thought was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And
so
you're almost thinking the opposite of what you're being accused of doing.
So I'm trying to understand. So the data that is out there, does it have names tied to it or not?
It is a aggregate. It doesn't have any personally identifiable information. It's just how many 65-year-olds have, in aggregate, have been vaccinated for pneumonia.
Yeah, and it includes everything. And it includes everything.
Everything. And anytime there's an immunization, that's in that aggregate information.
Right. And we need to clarify that again because I've seen some of the news reporting. It has been reported that this vote that you were part of is going to allow the government to track me on these COVID vaccines, and my personal information is now going to be made available to them, and they're trying to pull a, hey, it's an emergency, so we got to do things we normally wouldn't do, and now they're going to have this bill gives them access to my personal health information.
And it does not do any
Totally
of that.
false.
I brought the bill.
Right. So but that's what's being reported.
Yeah.
So I want to clarify that is false.
And that's what some of the people are saying. I mean, we get the
Oh, yeah.
email.
Oh,
They're
sure.
saying that this is what it says in the bill.
But it doesn't.
And you're saying it doesn't say that in the bill.
It doesn't say that in the bill. I brought the bill.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'll be happy to make a copy and let you read it for yourself.
Okay.
It doesn't say that. As a matter of fact, it says maintenance of security standards to protect individually identifiable health information. And then in the definitions of the bill, as I read to you a few minutes ago, it says the term immunization information system means a confidential,
that's an important
population-based, which means an aggregate,
Mm-hmm. With no
computerized
specific
database
information.
that records doses, immunization doses.
Right.
Does not create any kind of system. And I know there's people out there that think, well, they could. Listen, I mean, they could invade Mars, I guess.
Right.
But
Yeah.
let's talk about what this says.
Right. What the actual bill says.
Yeah, what we're trying to do.
If you want to say that and I would agree, we don't want the government to overreach their authority, I totally agree with that. What you're saying is, and you do too, and your record shows it, but this bill does not do what people are saying it does.
It doesn't. And every agency, local agency, has to apply for a grant. And the bill also says they have to comply with state law. In Alabama, the state law protects your personal identification, your health care information.
And this grant money has already been allocated. It's already been done.
It's already been appropriated, but the grants haven't been made.
Got it. Right. But this is not new money, which
Not
was
new
also.
money.
Yeah.
That's also a false report.
Gary Palmer, thanks for being with us, and he's going to leave a copy with the bill with us. So I think it's probably pretty important to look at it.
And I'm going to find out where y'all are going.
Gary, we'll get back to you.
We'll
on that.
tell you.
Yeah, we'll get back to you. We'll see how the midterm elections go.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. breaking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get